so many things that's held us down, but now it looks like things are finally coming around. I know we've got a long, long way to go, and where we'll end up, I don't know. But we won't let nothing hold us back. We're putting our show together, we're polishing up our act. And if you've ever been held down before, I know you refuse to be held down anymore. Well, don't you let nothing, nothing stand in your way. I want y'all to listen, listen to every word I say, every word I say. Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. Ain't no stopping us now. We've got to do. Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. I know. Ain't no stopping us now. We've got to do. We got it. I know you know someone that has a negative vibe, and if you're trying to make it, they only push you aside. They really don't have nowhere to go. Ask them where they're going, they don't know. But we won't let nothing hold us back. We're gonna put our show together, gonna polish up our act. Wow. And if you've ever been held down before, I know you refuse to be held down anymore. Well, don't you let nothing, nothing stand in your way. I want y'all to listen, listen to every word I say, every word I say. No, no, no. We're moving, we're grooving. We're moving, yeah, yeah. We're grooving. Moving, 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 go. Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. I know we got the groove. Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. We got the groove. Ain't no stopping us now. Oh no, no, I'm on the move. I really, really got that groove. And I know, we've got the groove. Let you on the rhythm move. No need in trying, no, 'cause I ain't buying. No, don't try to stop us, no, no, no. Got the groove, got the groove. I really, really got that groove. No need in denying, well, I ain't lying. I know, it's been far too long, well. Ain't no stopping us. We've got the groove. Ain't no stopping us. It's been far too long, y'all. Just doing me while I get in line. Yeah, we're leaving the negative people way behind. 'Cause it ain't no. Please, please, please. Don't make me stop. Hey. See, I don't know where we're going or where we're gonna end up. Moving on. I'm moving on. But see, we're gonna keep trying. Moving on. We're gonna keep trying. Moving
represent the Beverly Hills West, California chapter, and we're excited for you to be here today. Before we introduce our MC, we want to let you know about our prizes. So we have a song that we would like to see if they can play it up back there. So if you hear that song, look for your tickets. So when you hear that, know that money is coming. So we're going to get started with our first raffle.
Money, 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 money.
All right, so we've got about 5 to start. Ticket number 239, is it all what's the numbers?
The last three?
The last 3. Ticket number 105.
The last 3 numbers on your ticket.
105. We have someone?
Got it? I heard somebody. Who's got 105?
Woo! She said she had it. Laurel.
The big thing. What is this?
This is $25 for CVS. $25 for CVS. Here, let's get the. All right, let's see who our next lucky winner is. We are looking for ticket number 102. 102. All right. We have $25 for Ralph's. $25 for Ralph's. Oh. Look, I'm mixing the bag up. I'm shaking it. Okay, we have another win we're looking for, 149, ticket 149. All right, ticket 149. So for that we have another $25 at CVS. Ticket number 167, 167. All right, 167 over there. So for you, we thought of relaxing, so we have a $25 gift certificate for Hilltop Coffee. All right, we're giving one more ticket, and then I have 2 other things to give out. Ticket number 130. 130. Right there? Okay, so we have $25 at Ralph's. We're going to give away one more, and we're going to give away a blood pressure cuff to ticket number 146. 146. All right, so everyone sees how we're starting out the prizes. So that was $25 that you heard. It's only going to get higher, so make sure you keep on and hold on to those tickets. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to get our program started, and we're going to introduce our MC. Our MC for the evening is Renee L. Campbell. She's a native of Los Angeles and one of the city's distinguished and accomplished attorneys. She's a proud member of the California Bar Association and is admitted to practice before all courts of California, Supreme Court, United States courts. Ms. Campbell has been in private practice in Los Angeles for more than 35 years. She earned her Juris Doctor from the University of California, Los Angeles School of Law, and her Bachelor's Arts in Political Science from the University of Laverne. Ms. Campbell is currently the Vice President of the Los Angeles chapter of the Links Incorporated. I'd like to welcome Renee Campbell.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. We are in for a treat today. And on top of it, we're taking care of ourselves, so this is wonderful. When they told me, well, actually, when they asked would I be the MC, I had heard there's going to be this great food, so I said yes. Oh, no, I wanted to be here for this mission. That was the reason why I came, really. All right, so we're going to get started. We are so proud to have the Links Incorporated here in the house. First, we have the Los Angeles chapter of the Links, and then we have the Beverly Hills West chapter of the Links. So I'd like to bring forward the president of Los Angeles Links, Dr. Lisa Nicholas, and at the same time, can the president of Beverly Hills West, Ms. Zena Portlock, or Attorney Zena Portlock Houston, if she could come forward as well. They'll bring greetings, and then we'll get going.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm Zena Portlock Houston, president of Beverly Hills West, California chapter of the Links Incorporated, and it's my privilege to welcome you all here this morning. The Links Incorporated was established in 1946. Our mission is Friends Transforming Communities. And through that, the work, the collaborations that we do together, we're able to offer events such as this. This is probably my only opportunity to speak, and so I must thank my chapter and the leads from our chapter. We have with us our Western Area Black K.A.R.E coordinator, Link Cheryl Rue, Dr. Cheryl Rue, and our Health and Human Services Facet Chair, Erica Grant, is in the back. And would all of the members of Beverly Hills West please just stand or wave your hand? Thank you for all the work that you do. I'm so happy to be here once again, the 4th year here at Holman United Methodist Church, and we'd like to also thank the pastor here at Holman for allowing us to have this opportunity, the lead pastor, Reverend Victor Cyrus Franklin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zena. All right. Greetings. My name is Lisa Nicholas, and I bring you very proud greetings from the Los Angeles chapter of the Links Incorporated. But also, I bring you greetings from Holman United Methodist Church that I have been a devoted member for many, many decades. So, I feel very comfortable here. This is my home, and we all want all of you to feel comfortable here as well. This program is demonstrative of what our calling is as part of the Links Incorporated. We are very conscious and committed to the promotion of strong, good health. And that is our commitment and our concern, and that's what it's going to be about today. We, as the Los Angeles chapter, have just celebrated 75 years of service. And this is one of the health initiatives that we're very proud of, but we've also been very active in hepatitis C awareness, HIV awareness, promotion of childhood obesity prevention, healthy lifestyles and choices for adolescents and young people through our cotillion program, and Alzheimer's disease awareness, which is part of our AARP partnership. So we're all about the good health. And this is the service that we extend from our hearts. We do this, as Zena had mentioned, with the spirit of friendship and love. And we are very, very honored to provide this excellent program this morning in collaboration with the Beverly Hills West chapter of the Links Incorporated. Please enjoy this program.
I'm going to ask for grace. I said I wasn't coming up here again, but I neglected something very important, and that is the lead chair for this event, Lisa Grant, a member of Beverly Hills West. Please raise your hand and wave. We're in church, so I'm sure you all can extend me some grace. Thank you.
Absolutely, no problem. And thank you. May my Link sisters please stand and say hello. Thank you, Zena. I almost made a big snafu there. All right. Yes, I love them. They've all been so amazing. And our chairs are Helen and Belinda And, we've had Renee here who's going to be our MC. All right, thank you.
And now I am so proud to bring forward the associate pastor of our church, Dr. Jennifer Oliver, and she's going to bring greetings on behalf of Holman United Methodist Church.
Good morning. I am so delighted to see you here today. I am Reverend Dr. Jennifer Oliver, the associate pastor here at Holman United Methodist Church, and want to greet you on behalf of the congregation, on behalf of our lead pastor, Reverend Bishop Cyrus Franklin, and I want to welcome you to worship. This is worship. This is worship. Let me explain why I say this is worship. This is worship because there's a scripture that Paul writes to one of the churches, and it says that our bodies are temples of the Holy Spirit, and we are to honor God with our whole body. What does that mean? That means we have the responsibility. When you think about stewardship, we think about money, right? But stewardship also means being good stewards over our bodies. Amen? Amen. So we thank God. I'm thanking God for the opportunity for everybody to learn, right, about how to be better stewards over our bodies, because we only got one. We only got one. Our spirits live forever, our souls live forever, but our body, we only have one. So we thank God for the opportunity to learn and to grow together. And so I just want you to feel welcome, be at home. You are at home. Everybody knows where the bathrooms and everything is, I'm sure. But if not, there are several people around that can point you in the right direction. So welcome, and grace and peace to everybody that's here.
Thank you, Dr. Oliver. Okay, all right. So listen, we're about to get started with a nutrition demonstration. That means that I guess you all are hungry, right? Oh, I know you are. I can see your eyes lighting up. Well, we're in luck because our nutrition demonstration is going to be with the fabulous Gabby, who is being assisted by Chef Steve Vasquez. And they have a cafe in our Lemert Park. So we need to go there and support them. But in the meantime, they're going to show us what they know. And we're going to get started with their demonstration. So if you're all ready, we're ready. Let's go.
Okay. Oh, hello, everyone. So I am Gabby with Cooking with Gabby. And then this is Chef Steve. He is my father. And I assist him. I have learned everything from Chef, and so this is something that I have done with him since I was 3. I'll let him give you kind of a background of his background of what he's done, and then the catering business and how we started. But we are in LAUSD. We're an after-school program. We service about 300 kids a week as an after-school program. All hands-on, all interactive. We have a dance program that starts, and then we move into cooking. We are a program that brings everything with us. The kids prep everything there, but we bring all the ingredients, everything that they need. We are pretty much, our kitchen comes with us and the ingredients as well. And then we do cooking classes at our cafe as well. So we do that, and we have a virtual class that we teach. So we do all types of different classes, cooking classes, and then we also do catering and meal prep. So please stop by for Cafe Gabby, where that is kind of like the extension of Cooking with Gabby. Also, I want to introduce you to our program manager, Tima. She's here to assist us today, but she does work within our programs, making sure they run smoothly. And so, pass it on to you, Sean. Yes, all right.
Thank you very much. And then I will hold it for you all year. Okay, great. Good morning, everybody. So very excited to be here, and we have a wonderful dish that we are doing today. It's actually it's a chilled beet soup shot. So you're gonna get a little taste, but you can make this and we're gonna show you we're gonna demo the recipe for you here, and then you can serve it as a chilled beet soup. Now this right now is an all vegan dish, which is really great. You can also add a little bit of yogurt at the end to kind of garnish your dish, but we're adding a little bit of dill. But it's a really, really wonderful dish, and I think you'll enjoy that. We're also going to demo a salad, a beet salad, and with a little vinaigrette, some feta cheese, a little bit of arugula, and some basil. So we'll show you that. That is, we only are gonna make one recipe of that, so it'll kind of be like first come, first serve, right? But we have plenty of beet soup over here for you. So don't come running up, so please.
Awesome.
And then we brought some golden beets here for you to take. We have some bags if you want to grab a couple, and we have our recipes here. And then like Gabby said, we are cooking with Gabby. We're very excited to work in LA Unified Schools and LA Parks. We service mostly Black and Latino students in our program. We do a lot of work in South LA, and our most important thing for us is to get the students to start learning these cooking techniques, procedures, learning about the recipes, and then we teach them that we make everything from scratch, from our tomato sauce to our breads. We work with the students on all these things at all different grade levels, from kindergarten and first grade all the way to high school. So it's a lot of fun, it's very rewarding. If you go to our Instagram, you'll see a lot of videos from the schools. They post these Instagram videos, and it's a lot of fun. The kids have a great fun with it. We also have a virtual academy, like Gabby said, that is through LA Unified as well. And we do about 40 to 50 students on every Friday night. And it's like a Friday night dinner. The kids, we ship all the ingredients to the students' homes, and then we get online with the program, and it's like making dinner with the family. So it's so nice. So, and the parents are just loving it because, like last night we did a polenta, and we served that. We made our homemade marinara sauce. We added some cannellini beans to it, so it was like an Italian dish. They loved it. Parents were like, oh, I never had these beans. I've never had polenta. And a lot of people don't make polenta because it's kind of hard. It can get lumpy and all that, but they did a really great job. And we've been working with this school for about a year and a half, and I can tell you the students are like, they're good. So it's really, their parents are really enjoying it. So they get that dinner on Friday night. So anyway, I just wanted to give you a little bit about what we do, and we'll talk about the nutritional values here, and then we'll go from there. So I'm going to hand this over to Gabby so she can hold this while we go through the recipe.
Yes, I will be holding so while he does the demo so he can speak into the mic.
Oh, great. Okay, so this is a chilled beet soup shot. Now, what's interesting, I also am honored to work at the Getty House and do some dinners for our mayor. And we did this soup as an appetizer, and it went over really, really well. So we're bringing that to you. Also, is anybody familiar with the restaurant in Napa called the French Laundry? Right. This recipe was the first item they served on the first day at the French Laundry. So it was really, really nice. I kind of revised it a little bit, but it's really tasty. So and that's a really great space. And those are kind of the things, the recipes that we bring to our students as well. Something out of the ordinary that they've never had before. So it's a lot of fun. So we're going to start with 4 large golden beets, and what we did is we roasted these already, and we peeled them, and then we have 4 cups of chicken stock, or not, I'm sorry, vegetable stock, excuse me, And we try and make all of our stocks at our kitchen as well. We do a beef stock, we do a vegetable stock, and a chicken stock for all of our soups and things. And then we're gonna use a half a white onion. And we used a white onion because it's not really as strong as like a yellow onion. And so it works a little bit better. And then we have some dill that we're gonna chop up. And the dill is just gonna be for a garnish. So you'll see that on these little cups that we have for you, we just have a little bit of dill on there for a little flavor. And if you'd like, if you make this at home, you can add some garlic, or I'm sorry, add some yogurt or sour cream or creme fraiche on top, like a dollop of it, and mix it in with your soup. So with the recipe, it says that you are going to roast your beets here. We did that already, but I suggest if you're going to take some beets, grab 4 of them, put them in some aluminum foil. Don't need to poke any holes in them or anything. Put them in some aluminum foil and bake them in your oven at 400 degrees for like 45 minutes. And they'll take them out, let them cool off, peel them, and then they're ready to go. So our beets are ready to go here. Or, like Gabby showed me, these beets here, these are all organic. They've got them at all the supermarkets, but they've only got the red beets. I haven't seen any yellow beets, but it makes a good, you can substitute this as well. But we're gonna use these in a salad, that next salad that we're gonna make. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna put our beets in. We've got 4 large beets. We've got some juice in here. We're just gonna put all that in our blender. And this is a really easy dish. We're gonna add half of our vegetable stock. I probably won't even add any salt. I think we're probably okay with the salt. Then I'm gonna chop up this onion real quick. And that's another thing that we do with our students is we give them some good skill set on knife cutting and how to use a knife properly and all the fun techniques that chefs use to chop onions and garlic and all those things. So. Okay, so we're just gonna throw the onion right in there. Okay, we'll add a little more stock. And all we're gonna do is just puree this. Thank you. So we're going to add the rest of our stock here. And I think we are done. Pretty easy.
So this recipe is pretty simple, but it is powerful. Beets are really good when it comes to kidney health, gut health, brain health. And so we will go over a little bit of the chill beets shot. And then if you guys can see behind us, we have, and this is what we also do in our cooking classes. We have these for every recipe written up, and the kids, we go through it, the kids get to, we read it, they get to know what's in their ingredients, what they do for their body, and how good they are. And so we will kind of give you a little demo on how that works. And so now our beet shot is ready. Did we want to pass out the beets shots now, or go through the?
Let's make the salad.
Okay, so I'm moving ahead. Okay, so chef, we're going to do, so we did want to show you a different way to make, to cook beets or cook with beets. And so we are going to, one of my favorite recipes is a beet salad. I love beets. They're so good. I love these shots. I love yellow beets also, so this was my favorite recipe. He's going to show you a delicious quick salad, and we'll start now.
Okay, great. All right, so this salad is going to consist of, we're going to do yellow and red beets. We're going to do a shallot, which is like one of my favorites. We're going to use some Dijon mustard, feta cheese, going to add a little bit of salt, olive oil, some extra virgin olive oil, cider, apple cider vinaigrette, and vinegar, and then we're going to add a little honey, okay? So what we'll do first is we're going to just cut up our beets, and we'll put them in a bowl, and then we're going to make our vinaigrette, okay? So your beets, they're nice, they're very soft. We cooked them, 45 minutes is all it took for these guys. And they're very beautiful, kind of earthy, but the flavor is really nice. Does everybody like beets? Yeah, all right.
You wanted to cut him in.
Well, I cut them into like 12, one beet into like 12 pieces. So we'll try and make as much as we can with this, so maybe everybody can have a little bit of a taste. And like Gabby said, beets are really good for you, and tasty as well. And we're going to go through that after we get done with this. While we're working on this, does anybody have any questions for us? Okay. So we're going to do the golden beets, and we're going to do some red beets. We're going to toss those and make it, it's going to be nice and colorful.
And so this is just a quick salad, as simple as Chef is doing it. Especially if you have beets and you don't know what to do with them, just put together a mixed green salad.
That is true. Yes.
When you're purchasing beets in the store, do you have to be concerned about the ripeness of them, or they're ripe because they're being sold? You don't have to wait.
Yeah, once they're pulled out of the ground, they're done. They're ripe. They're not going to do anything different. I would not put them in a plastic bag or anything. Just leave them open in a bowl or something. If you put them in a plastic bag and seal it, then they'll go bad faster. But they will last a long time. That's a nice thing about beets. But you can do the same thing. You can also cook your beets ahead of time, put them in the fridge, and then when you're ready to do that, they will last like a good 30 days if you keep them wrapped in plastic in the refrigerator if you cook them. Okay?
Can you make it with pickled beets, or you have to?
You can do pickled beets, certainly.
That's, I love pickled beets. So yes, adding it to a salad too, delicious.
Okay, so we're going to stir this up a little bit. Everybody see how pretty that is?
Nice summer. Feels like we're in summer. It's a nice summer salad.
All right, so now we're going to go ahead and we're going to chop up our basil. So we have some basil here. If you really want to make it beautiful, you can take, you can chiffonade your basil, and that just means very thin sliced, but you would just need to put your basil together, all the leaves together, and then you can just slice them nice and thin, and that's called a chiffonade. And you just take that, we're just going to throw that right in there. And we're also just gonna chop this up a little bit as well. And we're gonna throw the chopped basil on top after we toss everything, okay? Yes.
Chef, for non-cookers, the non-cookers in the room, such as myself, how do you pickle beets?
You can do, pickled beets are pretty much just vinegar, a mix. You can do vinegar and dill and a little bit of water, salt, pepper. That's normally how I do mine, and I'll just cut them up, toss them, and I put them in a jar, like a mason jar. Just put it on there real tight, and just let them sit.
And then you can also add a little pepper to it for some flavor, some spices as well. And you can use apple cider vinegar, right, to add a little extra benefit as well. Depending on how you do, but I would say about 2 weeks? I don't know. Depending on how you would, I do 2 weeks, but.
You could probably, they probably would be fine in about a week.
Oh, how long did you let them to sit? Oh, I thought you said how long to last, to sit. Yeah, depending on, there is a fast way where it can kind of happen overnight. And then, but to get that real pickled flavor, the longer the better.
If you ever done like a pickled red onion, like if you take a red onion and slice it, toss it, throw some vinegar on that and some other spices, it's pretty good. It's pretty quick.
It's pretty quick. That's usually 24 hours. And then you'll have like salads, sandwiches. It's really, yeah, you can kind of do the same thing with beets as well.
We have a vegetarian sandwich that will use a pickled or seasoned red onion. It's really nice. Gives it some really great flavor. So now I'm gonna cut this shallot, and I'm just gonna fine dice it. And we're gonna make our vinaigrette now, okay? Yes? Onion? So the shallot is the part of the onion family, but it's got a little bit sweeter flavor, not as strong. So if you look in French cooking, most chefs use shallots. So they don't bring out, they're not as strong, they don't have all that really oniony flavor. So this vinaigrette is, the shallots are really great for this vinaigrette. So I love shallots, and I like to cook with using shallots in most of my dishes. Yeah. Okay.
We did not add, well, we did, in our vinaigrette, we have a little honey. But this, yes, it is, I feel like honey can go with everything, and then the benefits of honey also are really good as well. Gut health, energy. Do you put honey in any of your soups, Chef?
Well, I'll use honey in a lot of my vinaigrettes, and we're gonna do that today. So I just added a 1/4 cup of olive oil, and then we're gonna add 2 tablespoons of our apple cider vinegar. And then 2 teaspoons of Dijon mustard. Now you can use a grainy Dijon mustard or just a regular Dijon, and we're just gonna add some regular Dijon mustard to that.
So me and Chef, oh, yes. We do, yes.
Can you repeat the question?
Can you repeat the question? Oh, yes, yes, we do. Oh, yes. She was asking, do we serve these type of recipes at the restaurant, at our cafe? And yes, we do. Yes. So we do not have them yet. We are working on our YouTube channel as we speak, but we do have some of our old animated shorts that do have some of our recipes that we did for them on our Gabby YouTube channel. And so our recipes have all of our Instagram, YouTube, website information. And then we do plan on making them very soon, our YouTube shorts of chef cooking or I cooking, and then being able to give you guys also recipes there. But you can always email us at our Cooking with Gabby website, and then we will send you whatever you can say, just send us any recipes, and we'll send you guys a little booklet of recipes.
And this year, we're going to take all of our recipes that we've done with our schools and put them all together in a book, and we'll have those available at our kitchen. And there are a lot of fun recipes. You would really like that.
Yes.
So here's our vinaigrette. So we just did apple cider vinegar, Dijon mustard, honey, some shallots, and we're gonna add a little black pepper, and just a touch of salt. We don't use a lot of salt in our cooking as well. We try and use as much of our spices and herbs. Try and stay away from the salt, since we're known for having high blood pressure, all those things. We want to just be very careful with that. So now we're going to go ahead, we're going to add our vinaigrette, and then we're going to add our feta cheese and the rest of our basil, and that is the salad. So here we go. We're going to throw some more basil in there. We're going to add our feta cheese. Okay, does everybody like feta cheese? Mm-hmm, great. And then we're going to go ahead and I'm going to put, we're going to take some arugula and put it on the bottom of our bowl.
And you can do this with arugula, mixed green salad, you know, any type of leafy green.
Okay, so here we are. How does that look? Delish. Okay, so we're going to put this here. Okay. How much time do we have?
It is 10:19. 10:19.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're passing around the
Do you want-
beet shots,
I'm
and if anybody would like to come try this beet salad, we can give you a little taste if you like.
Well, do you want to go?
Great. Sure will. Okay, so while we're passing that around, we're going to go through what we, like Gabby had mentioned, we do all these for our classes, and we just write up a little bit about each one of our ingredients. So with our golden beets, imagine these vibrant veggies as tiny superhero powerhouses. They're packed with folate and potassium, saving your cells and muscles from fatigue. So beets are really great for that. They help open up your blood vessels, your veins, and makes your heart work a little bit less. Plus, their natural sweetness gives you an instant energy boost, perfect for a busy day. So I like to do these beet shots on pretty much every morning. I'll have like 5 or 6 ounces of that. The nutrients, they're nutrient rich, high in vitamin A and C, potassium and folate. They're anti-inflammatory properties. They contain betaine, which can reduce inflammation. So that's really important as well. As we get older, we need all those things for our bodies. They're good for digestive aid. They may help you relieve bloating and gas. And so our beets are really, really good for you as well. Also, if we look at the dill here, imagine dill as the hibiscus fairy tale flitting around your food with its whimsical aroma. It not only makes your dishes sing, but also dances through your digestion. So the dill is really good for you as well. If you have, just add as if you put it on your salmon or in your salads or in your soups. And all these little fun facts we write up for the kids. And then our vegetable stock, think of vegetable stock as a magical protein of the kitchen. It's low in calories, yet bursting with flavors. And the nice thing about your vegetable stock is you can use whatever vegetables you have left over in your, from cooking. You can throw that in a pot, cook it, and all those nutrients, vitamins, all will end up in that vegetable stock. So it's really good to use when you're cooking, okay? And then white onion, meet the sassy layer peeler. These onions bring the flavor and are also armed with antioxidants to fight off those nasty free radicals. So onions are really good for that. A really wonderful French onion soup, and your onions and shallots in all these dishes are really good for you. So if you look at all the ingredients that we have here, it's a really great dish. The soup and the salad. And you notice we made our own vinaigrette, pretty easy. Always have those in hand. And then you can make your own vinaigrette with whatever you'd like. You can use different vinegars. We use the apple cider vinegar, but you can use a red wine vinegar, sherry wine vinegar, all those different vinegars that will help those, keep you happy with different changes. So you don't have to go to the store and buy those salad dressings, okay? Is everybody enjoying the soup? Good, great, excellent, thank you. We got a little bit of salad left here.
More soup coming.
Okay. Oh, and we have more soup coming, guys, so don't worry. If you want to come back for seconds, we have a lot. Okay. Yes? So we had a question, do we wash your beets beforehand? We do wash our beets, try and get as much, we actually just scrub them really well, but we don't put oil on them. We'll just throw them right in in the foil. You can put oil on them, but we don't do that. Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other questions? Yes. The golden beets, you can get them at, I've seen them at Albertsons, the local one here on Crenshaw. Yeah, they have them there, and even Superior Market carries them. Mm-hmm. Okay. Make sure you take a recipe. Yes. Excuse me? Yes. I love hummus. It's really wonderful. We make it, yes. We'll use the dried garbanzo beans and tahini, and we'll make our own. Oh, right. You know what we did in one of our schools for Black History Month? We made a Black K.A.R.E hummus, which was really amazing. The students loved it.
Where is that recipe? Oh, I love black eyed peas.
Oh,
Very, okay. Excellent.
great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, this is the restaurant info here. This is the menu for the restaurant. So the address is there in the back. And this is the recipe. And if you want to follow us on Facebook or Instagram, it's all there. Okay. Yes. Hi.
I'm a student from USC, and we're part of like a kidney health club, and we're trying to actually like make a cookbook right now of like kidney recipes. And I just want to say I really like this recipe because it's like cheap also.
Right. Right.
But it's like not too like hard or complicated. Is there like any other ways to like learn more recipes from you, or?
You can if you wanted to. If you go to Blvd.org, there's an info button. Just push that and then put your info in there, and then we will get back to you on it.
And just another announcement, we do have beets up here until they're gone that you guys can take home, and we have bags for them as well.
Okay.
A quick question. So when deciding like which type of proteins is best, like I know a lot of people have like a controversy or different mixed opinions on like red meat. So like, what would you recommend for like protein for people, for elderly that need protein in their daily life?
So I would go. That's a hard one because I like everything in butter. So I would use, if you're going to use a beef, like a beef protein, I would use a smaller portion, 2 or 3 ounces at the most. Chicken, a 4 ounce. So we need chicken. Fish, 3 to 5 ounces. And that would be good. A lot of times, we go to restaurants and we get a 12 ounce or 16 ounce steak. Wow. So we have to get away from just saying, hey, let's do a steak, but let's do some vegetables with that, and some potatoes or rice. Make it something so your plate looks colorful, and that's what we do a lot. We do some meal prep at our kitchen. So we always do something like that. We'll do a chicken piccata with rice or mashed potatoes and green beans, a little bit of red bell pepper, like that.
What would you say like is the go-to, I guess, fish? I'd say like tilapia. Like, is there any specific fish that you lean towards?
So I'm not a fan of tilapia because it just gets used so much. It's farmed constantly. But I would use a Dover sole, which is like a white fish, or salmon is good. We get our salmon from a purveyor that has salmon floating twice a week from Norway. And it's really, really good. So if you can find a good source of salmon, I love salmon. It's really, and you can do a lot with it. Or you can actually use some frozen tuna as well. Tuna's not bad. Frozen tuna's good. So yeah. You're welcome. No problem.
The partners too. Well, we can check with them. Okay. We're going, okay. Okay. No, you go ahead and ask them about the future. Tell them about the future. Yes. I think so, the sooner the better, people start throwing it out, and then, because Lisa's gonna come up and introduce all the partners and all. Okay, that's good, that's good. Wait a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to interrupt you right now. Most of you have seen me walking around, and everybody else who's dressed like me walking around, asking you to fill out a yellow form and a blue form that you can find in your swag bag. Those are the pre-test and the demographic form. We're going to come around and pick those up right now. We need to pick all of these up from you before we begin our speakers panel. So if you have not filled out your yellow pre-test or your blue demographics form, please take those out right now and do us the favor of filling those out. Thank you very much. There will be people coming around. If you have questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Hello? Oh, okay, it's working. Okay, so we are done, but if you guys want to come up and get seconds or thirds, we will leave what we have left over here. Again, all of it is vegan, so there's no dairy in it. So you guys can come up, grab it, throughout the program. I do want to say thank you to each and every one of you for being here and for watching us. And we love doing this. This is me and Chef Steve's passion. So thank you for having us here today. And I also want to thank the Links, and we appreciate all the support that we've always gotten over the years. I also want to give a shout out to Dr. Ruth K.A.R.E. and Dr. Ludlow K.A.R.E., who are my grandparents. And I get emotional because pretty much this whole program, they have supported us. And even after the passing, Grandma Ruthie always makes it a point to continue to support Cooking with Gabby. It was also, growing up, Dr. K.A.R.E. was very big about health. And then my mom and my grandparents and Chef Steve, so I will let him say goodbye. I do get a little emotional when it comes to my grandparents but thank you again, and then thank you again to the Links for your support as well.
Great, thank you, Gabby. All right, well, I want to thank everybody for joining us here and participating, and I'm glad you enjoyed the soup. We're actually going to send out the recipe for the salad, and somebody wanted the recipe for the black eyed pea hummus, which is really, really good. So we're going to send that out, and you'll get that in an email. And then if you have any other questions, you can go to our cookingwithgabby.org website and go to info and just put in your info and ask a question, okay? But thank you very much, and really enjoyed today.
Yes, let's give another round of applause to Cooking with Gabby and Chef Steve. Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. And I also wanted to just give you the heads up that their address, Cafe Gabby, is at 4309 South Lemert Boulevard in Lemert Park. So let's go and support them. It's very important. Thank you again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, now at this time, we want you all to know who all our partners are around the room. And so our illustrious President, Dr. Lisa Nicholas, is going to come up and introduce you to all our partners. Thank you.
Hello again. Wasn't that wonderful, that cooking demonstration? We need to give it up a little bit more for them. Yeah. You know, when I was a little girl, I wasn't a big beet lover, okay? But my mother, if used to serve me beets, I used to turn my nose up a little bit. But I've learned and cultivated a taste for it. And it has so many essential nutrients that can give you lots of energy. So if anything else you want to do, we all need more energy, don't we? Yeah, that's where beets can always give that to you. So, you know, we are so fortunate to have some dynamic partners that are going to be helping to roll out this program this morning. First of all, we already know about Cooking with Gabby. And what's the address of your restaurant in Lemert Park? Please share that with us.
4309 South Lemert Boulevard, just on Lemert Boulevard, right around from Degnan, where all the major stores are, but please come by and check us out, and then also support Lemert Park.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you. Okay, we are very fortunate to have Watts Healthcare. Please raise up your hand there. That has some very vital information. They've always been a pillar of our community in regards to providing excellent health care right adjacent to Martin Luther King Hospital. And we have One Legacy. Please raise your hand. Okay. They have a lot of very vital, important information to share. And then we have a representation for the Black Maternal Center of Health Excellence. Yes. And that has a true resonance with my heart because of the wonderful work that this organization is doing to help to promote maternal health, particularly to women in our community that are suffering. Then I'm very proud to introduce Dr. Chris Hahn, who's the chair of the Department of OBGYN at UCLA Health. This is where I work, and she came here to support us. So please plan to stop by that table as well. We're very, very dedicated to providing excellent health care for women, and particularly as it relates to resonating and uplifting maternal health. Then we have, over there in the corner, our Trojans, USC, and that's part of the KDSAP screening program, and they're going to be doing some specific screening for us. Our blood pressure, our weight, okay, for those of us, that's kind of a sensitive matter, and BMI, and all these things that are very, very important as we talk about kidney health and how we can do the things we need to do and make the changes we need to make so we can make sure that we can keep healthy kidneys. Okay, did I get everybody here? Okay, of course, Holman United Methodist Church, who's hosting this. Thank you for our Holmanites. Okay, and lastly, certainly not least, is Kaiser Permanente. They have always been very supportive of all the initiatives that we bring forth, and we thank them for being a participant. So, Renee, is there anything else I can do? Now we're going to get to the, is it raffle time? Okay, it's raffle time. And then please, if you haven't filled out your forms for the screening, we want to do that so we can be about the business of learning, okay? All right, Lisa?
All right, there it is. There's our song. Get ready. All right, everyone have their tickets ready. I'm going to start pulling. All right, we're looking for ticket 089. 089. 089. Okay, let me get the prizes out. Do we have a 089? Going once, going twice. All right, we're pulling the next number. All right, we have, these are together, so I'm going to take them apart. We have 115. 115. All right, 115. So what we have for you is, let's see, we have $25 at Hilltop Coffee. All right, we're looking for 137. 137. 137. Ticket 137. All right, I'm pulling again. We have 161. Ticket number 161. All right. So what we have for you is $50 at Simply Wholesome. So you see we're going up. We're at $50 now. We're at $50. We're looking for ticket 100, 100. Woo! All right, so for you, we're going to give you $50 at CVS. All right, we're going, moving on. Ticket number 178. 178. Ticket 178. All right, you got it. So we have a blood pressure cuff for you. All right, we're going on. Okay, we have ticket 136. 136. 136. All right, we're pulling again. Getting in there, mixing it up. Ticket 135. All right, so we have another blood pressure cuff for you. All right, we're going to keep going. I have a lot more in front of me. Ticket 126. 126. So we have another blood pressure cuff in one of our Black K.A.R.E bags that we used about 2 years ago. So it's right here in the pink. All right, we're moving on. I have a few more. 097, 097. All right, so for 097, we have another $50 from Simply Wholesome. Right here. $151. Ticket 151. 151. All right, we're moving on. 111. All right, woo! All right, so for you, we have $50 at Ralph's. Right there. So we're pulling one more. I could do a couple more if we want. 163, 163. Do we have ticket 163 all the way in the back? We have another $50 at Simply Wholesome. So I'm going to give away a couple more. $164, $164. This one was $164. Well, those are his 2 tickets, so that's it. All right, so we finished with that. All right, I'm going to do one more. That's his. All right, lucky number 127, 127. 127. All right, I'm moving on. Shake it up. They said shake it. I'm mixing it. 157. All right. So we have another blood pressure monitor in one of our Black K.A.R.E bags. All right, so this concludes this portion of the raffle. So we're going to take a quick little break and we're going to have our panel starting up. So just to note, in your folders, there are index cards. So while the panel is speaking, please write your questions on those cards. If you don't have a card, we'll be able to get you one. But please write any questions that you have for the doctors that you want to ask after. We'll collect those cards and then we'll read them out. We'll give them to our moderator so that way we can ensure everyone's question is answered. We will have time to answer a lot of questions.
This is your last opportunity to turn in the yellow form. So please, everybody who has not turned in a yellow form, we need the pre-test now. I also want to take your blue forms, the post-test. So hold them up in the air, and we will come pick them up.
And can we have our panelists to come forward? Dr. Jean Davis, Dr. Norris, Ms. Victoria
Listen,
Brown.
baby, ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby.
If you need me, call me, no matter where you are, no matter how far.
Don't worry, baby.
Just call my name, I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry, 'cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you,
Look what you're doing to me. I'm utterly at your whim. All of my defenses down. Your camera looks through me with its X-ray vision, and all systems run aground. All I can manage to push from my lips is a stream of absurdities. Every word I intended to speak winds up locked in the circuitry. No way to control it, it's totally automatic. Whenever you're around, I'm walking blindfolded, completely automatic. All of my systems are down, 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 down. What is this madness that makes my motor run? My legs too weak to stand. I go from sadness to exhilaration like a robot at your command. My hands perspire and shake like a leaf. Up and down goes my temperature. I summon doctors to get some relief, but they tell me there is no cure. They tell me no way to control it. It's totally automatic. Whenever you're around, I'm walking blindfolded.
We don't want any problems, no kidney problems. All right. So now the time has come that we have all been waiting for. So we have a very, very impressive panel. But more than that, we have a fabulous doctor who is going to introduce the panelists to you. And you've already met her, and that's Dr. Cheryl Rue. Dr. Rue's educational journey began and culminated in Los Angeles. It started in St. Albert's, the great elementary school in Compton, to the David Geffen School of Medicine at UCLA, my alma mater. Woo, woo, woo! Okay. Calm down. All right. She ventured to New Orleans for college, attending Xavier University in Louisiana, where she majored in biology and graduated magna cum laude. Woo! Today, Dr. Rue leads a thriving practice in Los Angeles, and she is an active member. She's an active member of the Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. With nearly 35 years of experience, she has dedicated her career to prevention, control, education, and education of cardiovascular disease. And this is Heart Health Month, by the way. Thank you, Dr. Rue. She is well known throughout the community for her engaging talks on hypertension, diabetes, obesity, chronic kidney disease, and preventative health. A true advocate for wellness, Dr. Rue promotes the belief that small, consistent steps can lead to a balanced life, mind, body, and soul, all in harmony. A proud member of the Beverly Hills West chapter of the Links Incorporated, Dr. Rue currently serves as the area coordinator for the Western Area Black K.A.R.E, Kidney Awareness Research and Education, a national initiative promoting kidney health in Black communities, which is so vital in our community. Outside of medicine, Dr. Rue lives her message of balance and joy. She loves to travel, taking the entire month of February off to celebrate her birthday. Happy birthday! And she celebrates time with her wonderful fiance, affectionately known as the talent, and also Butch, who is both charming and an excellent cook. Her calendar stays full with friends, family gatherings, football Sundays, where she's known to win more than a few pots. Above all, Dr. Rue gives thanks to the Almighty God for the gifts of healing, health, friendship, humility, joy, and the hope of a better tomorrow. With that, Dr. Rue.
Going to the chapel and we're gonna get married.
That's my theme song.
Going to the chapel and we're gonna get married. Gee, I really love you and we're
Stand up, my fiance.
get married. Going to the chapel of love.
last week by being in New Orleans for the Mardi Gras to meet Barbara Hawkins, the last surviving Dixie Cup singer, and she signed my little chapel picture. I thought this is just meant to be. Well, thank you all for being here today. Just a little bit about Black K.A.R.E, which is sponsored by Vantive. Vantive is a health company that partnered with the Links Incorporated and gave us grants in order to do community events such as this, to educate the Black community. And so we have, in our western area, we have 11 chapters who are doing things such as this. But the Links Incorporated is nationwide, including the Bahamas and the UK. And all of us are participating in educating our communities on chronic kidney disease. All right, so it is a pleasure to deliver this again for our 4th year, and we thank you all for being here. I'm going to introduce our panel first, and I'm going to introduce everyone initially, and then each of us will take a moment to 5 minutes or 6 minutes to tell you what our specialty is, right, about kidney care. So this is the Let's Talk Kidney Care Town Hall Symposium, where we're not just going to have a conversation, but we're going to build awareness, we're going to empower you, and we're going to save some lives. And we know that we saved some lives because a couple years ago, we had someone from the audience to testify, that gave us a testimony, I should say, that they learned that they had chronic kidney disease from being here. And when they came back a year later, they were on the transplant list. And so that means that we are effective, that we're doing what we're supposed to do. So let's get right into it. First, I'm excited to introduce Dr. Malcolm Jones, a postdoctoral research at USC. He is an innovator, and he's the founder in the health performance space. But what makes Dr. Jones especially powerful is that his work is rooted in lived experience. Diagnosed with lupus nephritis as a teenager, he spent years on dialysis before receiving a kidney transplant. Today, he is transforming that journey into research and real-world solutions that improve lives. That is resilience. That is purpose in action. Next, I want to introduce, and we're so honored to have Dr. Keith Norris, a nationally and internationally recognized nephrologist, researcher, and leader in health equity. Dr. Norris completed part of his medical training at an HBCU, Howard University. And if Tanya was here, she would say, HU? All right. At this time, all I have to say is that Dr. Norris has authored over 600 publications and has dedicated his career to advancing kidney care, addressing disparities, and uplifting the communities through science and service. Thank you, Dr. Norris. We're also honored to welcome Victoria Brown from One Legacy. Now, One Legacy is not just an organization, it's a lifeline. As the largest organ procurement organization in the nation, their work connects donors, recipients, and families, turning loss into life and hope into healing. Today, we'll hear more about the importance of advocacy and making informed decisions about organ donation. Ms. Brown is the Public Education and Community Partnership Specialist. Thank you. And finally, we have the phenomenal Dr. I. Jean Davis, a clinician, a researcher, an educator, and national leader in integrative and whole health medicine. With decades, thank you, of experience and deep commitment to underserved communities, Dr. Davis brings a powerful perspective on prevention, advocacy, and treating the whole person, not just the disease. Thank you, Dr. Davis. Now, this is our panel. This is what collaboration looks like. This is what our community looks like. And this is what change looks like. So let's get started. Be ready to listen, to learn, and be inspired. Please pull out your index cards and write down questions, and we're going to have some of the members of the links to walk around and pick up those questions and give to me, because we know, as in previous years, you all have lots of questions. And it's not enough for us to just speak our part, but we need to answer the questions that you have, because you are the people that we're doing this for, right? All right? So without further ado, I'm going to ask Dr. Malcolm Jones to please go first. You have a microphone. There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so I'm excited to be here today. I'm really excited. I'm happy to see this. I am here. I'm speaking of my journey, of how I found out I needed a kidney transplant, and essentially how that played out. So when I was 15 years old, I grew up in Atlanta, Georgia. I was at boarding school, and boarding schools are small. So I was our star athlete at our tiny school, but I kept getting pneumonia, and I could not. And because I was our star athlete, like, our principal had to, like, take me to the hospital probably every 2 weeks because they needed me to play. So I was lucky in that aspect. But so they couldn't figure it out, and they kept treating the pneumonia, but I kept getting the pneumonia. And then finally, I think I came to Emory in Atlanta, and they looked into it, and they understood, like, even when I didn't have pneumonia, that my immune system was just always acting as if I had some type of infection, and that's when they diagnosed me with lupus. And so I did my bout for lupus of high steroids, got it under control, but I was young, and once it got under control, I kind of forgot that I had lupus, even though I was supposed to be taking this medication all the time. So some time has passed. I graduate. I go to Emory College. I'm on the track team. It's my freshman year. I join a fraternity, Omega Psi Phi, and my kidneys failed. They realized I had new lupus nephritis. So it's me missing that medication and stepping away from the things I needed to be doing, pushed me into kidney failure as a freshman. And so I started my dialysis process, or started dialysis Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, so that I could enjoy the weekends still. I stayed on hemodialysis because I didn't think I had the self-control to do my own at-home peritoneal dialysis. And my family was very helpful. My family worked in the music industry, so there were artists, lots of folks who put out videos about me needing a kidney. So we had like 1,000 people get tested. But the issue arose is that you need your doctor's clearance to even, once you start dialysis, your time starts that you're on the list. And then depending on where you are in states, in different states, it could take anywhere from 3 years to 10 years, depending on what that organ is and what the wait time is in your state. But the US is okay, it's pretty okay. But I was a pre-med student, I had questions. I was taught to make sure I asked my questions and understood my things that were being done medically. And this really made my doctors upset. Like, they had 15 minutes to come in, and every time they came in my room, they were there for 45 minutes answering questions. And it didn't help that because my parents were both Liberian, they have very strong African accents, they didn't expect me to speak English was at one, so that was even more frustrating for them. So I was labeled as a combative patient because it was difficult to convince me to do treatments when I just wanted informed consent, which is that's the expectation of our medical field. So even though there were thousands of people waiting to give me their kidneys, in Georgia, they wouldn't allow me to be on the list. So I stayed on that transplant list for 4 years. While I was in college, I would do dialysis at 6 a.m., and I didn't start my classes until 10 a.m. So I would take the dialysis van would come and pick me up. I'd do my maybe 5:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m., and then I would go to school. And that's what I did for 4 years. And then there's a doctor, Dr. Rastogi at UCLA, that we were connected to. My family that knew that all these people had gotten tested, and he knew our family, and he said, it's kind of ridiculous. Like, this person isn't supposed to be in dialysis right now. You have all these people. So he said if I come to LA and I became a resident, it'd be easy for the UCLA to go ahead and work through that list of folks and identify if someone was a good match. And so when I graduated from undergrad, 2017, I came to USC to study exercise physiology, to continue as a master's student. And I was just so that I could get the transplant. I had no interest in going to graduate school. It seemed absurd to me. Why would I finish school to go to more school? So, so I did it. And then that December, I got it because immediately they found somebody who they said matched me better than if I had a twin sibling. And that was my brother's best friend. So we did the transplant. I finished my master's program. And then I realized that I really enjoyed being a researcher, because as a researcher, especially in physiology, I was able to inform the current medical field and give insights on ways that the procedures could be changed. Versus when I was going to school to be a surgeon, I would just have to practice them as they were, even if I disagreed. So I decided to stay and get my PhD in this so I could continue to do that. And that's where I am now. So I graduated from that program in that PhD program in physiology at USC in 2023. Was the first, right now I'm still the first only Black person to graduate from that program. And now I'm the professor in that department. So, but yeah, so I keep working on these things, and my goal, I'm very happy to be there and see this, just because knowing that if I had a screening when I was just jumping around being a youth, like we know that just by knowing you have a chance of this, you decrease your risk of kidney failure from as low as 30% to as high as 70%. So what's going on here is truly life-changing.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jones. I told you this would be powerful, right? So save your questions. So next, what I'm going to do, I am an internist by trade. I take care of adult folks, and I'm just going to tell you a little bit about chronic kidney disease and blood pressure, right? You've heard doctors say for years to know your numbers, right? What numbers are important for us to know? Blood pressure numbers. What else? A1C. What is the A1C? That is the screening test for diabetes, right? So, and let's go back to blood pressure. So normal blood pressure, we like are things less than 120/80. What is the blood pressure that we don't like? If it's greater than what? 135/85, right? How many folks in here have blood pressure cuffs? Not the ones that won today. Raise your hand. It's okay. How many people in here need a blood pressure cuff and don't have one? Wait a minute. Our person back there, the lead of Black K.A.R.E, just raised her head. So this is for you, okay? Because we have to take care of our own, right? Everybody needs to have a blood pressure cuff, right? Because that is how, Oh, my goodness. One of the things with, people come to urgent care and they say, oh, my blood pressure's always high when I come to the doctor. And my first question is, well, how many times did you check it at home? What was it? I don't know. Well, how do you know it's only high at the doctor? Right? Okay. So we need to check our blood pressures on a regular basis. There's also something else that we do with blood pressure these days, we're telling patients, is to check your blood pressures twice a day, morning, when you first get up sometime, and then towards the evening. And you do that for 7 days, and then we take the average, right? So if you do not have a blood pressure cuff, how are you going to do that? You cannot come to my office for 7 days and do that because we're busy, right? Okay. So you need a blood pressure cuff, all right? The third number that we need to know, which you're going to learn today, is the number for kidney disease. It's called an eGFR. And you guys just need to know GFR. And you're going to hear more about that from Dr. Norris, all right? What do the kidneys do? We have 2 kidneys. They're located in this back area right here. And think of them as filters, right? Like your coffee filter, when you filter gravy, those filter things, that's what the kidneys do. They clean the blood, right? They get rid of toxins, they make urine, they balance the fluid in your bodies, right? And they help control your blood pressure, they help your bones, they help build your red blood cells. So the kidneys do quite a few things, right? When you have high blood pressure that's not controlled, it's like pressure. It's pushing pressure through the kidneys. And that's not good, right? What does diabetes do? Diabetes causes scarring on the kidneys. So those 2 things are irreversible. We can't get the kidneys back, all right? And you need those kidneys. How about of all the people who have chronic kidney disease, 33% of them are black? That's a big number. When we do studies and we give people placebo, like a sugar pill or something like that, 25% of them will say they feel better from that. This is greater than placebo. 33% is a big number, okay? So let me give you some quick homework, because I believe in homework. What do we need to do to make sure that our kidneys stay healthy? I'm just going to give you 4 things. 1 is take your medicines and control your blood pressure and your diabetes. Period. Take your medicines to control your blood pressure and diabetes. We spend a lot of money on research. We spend a lot of money finding out what you're supposed to do to stay healthy. You got to take advantage of that, all right? Decrease your sodium intake. I can give you a number. Yeah, it's supposed to be 1,200, 1,500 grams of sodium. But what else can I tell you? Anything that comes in a box or a bag or that you pick up and drive through is salty. Or a can is salty, right? So you have to read labels, right? The other thing I'm going to tell you about is a plant-based diet. Now, we heard about beets today. Beets are very healthy. Actually, beet is the one vegetable that has the most amount of iron in it also, right? So that's another good thing by eating beets. But fresh fruits and vegetables, just by definition, help to improve your blood pressure, improve your health overall, increases longevity, right? And so we did a study, and in that study, we took people who did not eat much fruits and vegetables, and we said, let's see what happens with this. People who had 2 vegetarian days a week, 2 plant-based days a week, had a reversal in the plaque in their arteries just from those 2 days. Okay, that says a lot. I'm not asking you to be vegetarian or vegan. I'm asking you for 2 days a week that you have no animal products. That means no eggs, no butter, right? Nothing that comes from an animal, 2 days a week. Who knows a good vegan, plant-based restaurant in LA? Because I don't cook, so I don't even have that blender thing that he was using over there. That's a lot, okay? Who can tell me a good vegan restaurant? A Cafe Gabby. There you go. Okay, that's a good one. Have you guys heard of the Stuff I Eat in Inglewood? That's another good one. Now, somebody first told me, well, you can go and they have, you know, like greens and stuff that tastes like chicken. But I'm doing this 2 days a week. I can just wait till another day to eat chicken. So you don't have to have stuff that tastes like chicken. Why don't you have some greens that taste like greens? Okay? So we need to work on our plant-based 2 days a week. When I first started doing that, I would just get enough from whatever I got on that one day and have it as leftovers on the next day. It's kind of easy, right? And then what it'll make you do, because you'll feel better, really, you do feel better when you do that, then you'll start going to restaurants and ordering the vegan plate, right? I have a friend who has 4 kids. So it's hard for her to, you know, just have dinner ready, actually. But so what she does is that she has vegan every day for lunch. So her lunch is purely vegan, right? So think about that one. And the last one is moving. Now we're going to do some chair exercises, but I want to point out that we are supposed to move our bodies for 60 minutes a day. I don't care what all this other stuff you have learned, but the evidence, the medical-based evidence, the study says 60 minutes a day. And we're learning that it's very important to have muscle strengthening. Those resistance bands, for those of you who live in LA, there's a hill somewhere near your house. You can just walk up that hill, that's free, okay? If you can't get all the way up, start halfway up and work on it. But you have to build muscle mass. Muscle mass is the key to longevity, right? And we have to do that, okay? So we're gonna hear about chair exercises in a little bit, all right? So next, I want to ask Dr. Norris to give us, thank you. Dr. Norris, who is our nephrologist, is gonna tell us about kidney health.
Sure. So before I begin, I want to take 1 minute. So Malcolm Jones we heard from, and amazing story. But while all that's going on, when he came out here, I want you to know a few other things he's been doing in the community. So while he was a student, he was working with Tim Watkins at WLCAC on a project to try to remediate the burden of lead in the Watts community. And so that was something he was volunteering and doing, and he did an amazing job. Let's give him a big round of applause. And that's where I first met him.
Okay.
So as we just heard, the main issues for kidney disease are very similar to heart disease and our overall health, and particularly high blood pressure and diabetes. And we also heard a third of the patients who have sort of severe kidney disease and are on dialysis or kidney transplantation are Black. But we're only like 13% of the population. So why do we have so much kidney disease in our community? So part of it is not doing a great job controlling high blood pressure and diabetes, and we have more high blood pressure and diabetes. We also are more likely not to have health insurance and not to be able to get care. We're also more likely to not trust doctors and health systems and not go, right? There's also one other reason why that we can't do anything about. So there is a gene called ApoL1. It's a lipid protein. And the gene has different, what we call alleles, like you have genes for eye color, right? So you can have, if you have two blue eye genes, then you have, your eyes are blue. But if it's one blue and one brown, it'll be brown. If you have two brown, it's brown. This ApoL1, if you have two that are high risk for kidney disease, then you're at a greater risk for kidney disease. If you have one, probably not that bad. Well, where did that come from? That came from, so that gene, or the variant of the gene that increases your risk for kidney disease, helps prevent you from dying from sleeping sickness, right? And so it developed over years, particularly in West Africa. And so it's very prevalent in West Africa. And you know, you may get kidney disease later in life, but you don't want to die early on from sleeping sickness. So it became highly prevalent. Many people here, your ancestors came across the slave trade from West Africa. And so therefore, in African Americans in the United States, we have a much greater chance of having that gene because of the transatlantic slave trade. And so that's another reason why we may see more kidney disease in the African American community. But even if you have the two of them that put you at increased risk, it doesn't mean you get kidney disease. But if you have inflammation, like systemic lupus, or HIV, or potentially even excess stress, that could increase your risk of getting kidney disease. So early on, what we try to do is screening for kidney disease, and we heard about high blood pressure, diabetes. We have the team over there doing screening, and the main things we look for when we think about might there be a kidney problem is the kidney spilling protein? Because usually the kidney should be holding on to protein. So is it spilling protein? And then we have a measurement in the blood that tells us how well the kidney is filtering the blood. And that's called the GFR, or glomerular filtration rate. And you go to the hospital, you get your blood test. There's a test called the creatinine, which is filtered by the kidney, and there's a formula, and that gives us what our GFR is. Now that formula used to have, so for people who may have had their kidney function and may be familiar with it, you would go to the doctor in the hospital, and then they would ask you what your race is. And then that would change your number, right? And we don't do that anymore, right? So and it's a statistical thing, but say high blood pressure, right? So we know there's more high blood pressure in the Black community and more severe high blood pressure in the Black community. But if you go to the doctor and you're Black and you get your blood pressure measured, you don't want anybody adding anything to your blood pressure because you're Black. Your blood pressure is what your blood pressure is. Now, you may be a member of a group that has a higher likelihood of high blood pressure. So I might say, well, you know, your blood pressure is fine, ask a little more about your family history, your lifestyle, and say, I want you to come back to get it checked more often, or we're gonna get your blood pressure monitored to measure it at home and make sure you're on top of it, stuff like that. So we don't have that we call race modifier anymore. And it was unfortunate because that number added, it made your kidney function look higher than it might have been, right? And that might have delayed the doctors, you know, rather than saying, oh, I think things are not looking too great, we should get you started on something. But now the number looks higher, they say, oh, it's okay, we don't have to do anything, right? And it also was a big issue for kidney transplant because there's a certain level at which you become eligible to get on the transplant list. But now that that number's higher, you might have to wait longer. And so that was a big problem, and that was happening over the last few years, and that doesn't happen anymore. So the big number for GFR, a couple big numbers, but the real big number is 60. So you don't want to be below 60. When you go below 60, then that starts saying things are looking a little shaky, right? And below 60, that's where we really start being more aggressive about your blood pressure medicine, your diabetes medicine if you have it, if you have lupus, medication for lupus, or the types of medications that we use to treat to treat diabetes and heart disease. We now use those for kidney disease. So the doctors may start you on some specific medications to try to make sure your kidney function can stabilize and not continue to go down. When it gets below 15 is usually when people end up being on dialysis or getting close to being on dialysis. So at 20 is when usually you can get on the, say things are on the way down. We want to see if we can get people on the kidney transplant list so maybe they can get a kidney transplant before they even need dialysis. Okay? But in general, 60 is the number for most people that we really want to be thinking about. And when that happens, then we really want to say, ask the doctor what's going on, what do I need to do, and how do I stay on top of this? And as you heard, there's both there's there's dialysis at the dialysis center. There's types of home dialysis. So at the dialysis center, we have hemodialysis where they create what's called a fistula or shunt, usually in the arm. So a needle gets put in and it goes to the machine filters and does what the kidney would do, and then it goes back. Or you can have peritoneal dialysis where a tube is placed in the lining of your belly and then fluid goes in there, and there's a machine that does that while people sleep at night at home. Ideally, kidney transplant is what's closest to normal, right? Because your kidney's working 24/7. The dialysis is 4 hours, 3 times a week or something, right? And so the rest of the time, stuff's not really happening. Whereas a kidney transplant, now you have a new kidney that's doing the job, and normally one kidney is sufficient. So some people are born with one kidney. Some people may have a kidney removed for some reason. You could easily have a normal life, not need dialysis or kidney transplantation. Just got to take care of it and watch for your diabetes and high blood pressure. So I think I'll end there, so we make sure we have time for questions and answers. So thank you for your attention.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Norris. That was powerful again. And now we're going to hear from Ms. Victoria Brown.
Hello, everyone. Is it on?
Yes.
Excellent. My name is Victoria Brown. I'm with One Legacy. I'm very happy to be here. I know the Links organization, never was a part of it, but I grew up in Oakland, California, and Links was always there and around. So I'm very grateful to be here. But today I'm here to talk about One Legacy and who we are. We are the organ procurement organization for Southern California. And many of you are asking, what's an organ procurement organization? And we are one of the 56 federally designated OPOs across the country. So not anyone can just be in the business of organ donation or transplantation. So we are federally designated. Two main functions of an OPO is to coordinate the donation process. We're actually the bridge between the hospitals and the transplant centers. Also, the second function is to increase the number of registered donors, which is why I'm here. I'm here to educate, inspire, and encourage and advocate for registration. Now, as the OPO for Southern California, we cover 7 counties. We cover Santa Barbara, Kern County, Ventura, Los Angeles, San Bernardino, Riverside, and Orange County. So that's a very, very large area. We actually are the largest OPO in the country. And what makes that so unique is that we're in Los Angeles, and we're in the most ethnically diverse community, OPO in the whole country. So I deal in a lot of different communities. So it's exciting at times, but it's also very challenging. So in California, there's 4 OPOs. Northern California, Donor Network West. Sacramento, Sierra area is Sierra Donor West. We are One Legacy. And right below us is San Diego, and that's Life Sharing. We're licensed as a tissue bank and eye bank. I don't know if anyone knows Azusa, Irwindale area off of 210. We have a very large facility over there, and it's half facility, transplantation facility, and the other half is foundation. So we actually have 13 surgical bays there. We have a tissue bank. We have an eye bank. And we also have the only OPO with a helicopter on top. And that makes a difference when you're talking about organs and LA traffic. So very, very important. Also, we have a staff of 480 people. We serve 220 hospitals, 11 transplant centers. We also work with 7 coroners. We serve 20 million residents in this area. Now, how you can be a part of this process and make a difference is that you can be a registered organ donor. You can save up to 8 lives. There's 8 organs that can be transferred. Kidneys, there's 2. Lungs, 2. Liver, heart, pancreas, small and large intestine. And recently, I believe last year, UCLA and USC conducted the first bladder transplant. So that may be coming really soon. And when we're talking about tissue donation and transplantation, cornea, an interesting fact that people don't know, I believe the cornea has like 15 layers. So the technical advances are incredible nowadays. Your doctors can send in the measurements on how many layers that he wants cut, maybe only the top 5 layers, and a certain diameter, and it can be transplanted onto the patient, and they can see within 3 to 4 days. So the technology is definitely there. Heart valves, skin, bones, tendons, cartilage, and veins. Now, our mission is to save and heal lives through organ tissue donation. We also comfort families. We have an aftercare services department, and we serve to inspire our communities to donate life. We're the bridge to life. A few statistics for you. There are over 110,000 people waiting on the national donor list. And that list is controlled by UNOS, United Network of Organ Sharing. Now, out of that list, I have to tell you, Black and brown people, we make up 30% of that list. So that's why it's so important for me to get out and talk to the community, because there's definitely a need. And out of the 110, 22,000 are here in California. Every 10 minutes, someone is added to that list. Now, the greater statistic is every day, 22 people die waiting. So you can make a difference. Now, some factors that play into whether you can, well, first of all, to make the list, you have to be healthy. And one of the factors, some of the factors that play a part onto whether you would get a donation from the list is the geography. How close are you to the donor? The right size. Someone my size might not be able to take a kidney from Shaq, or vice versa. Third is the medical matrix. Has to be the right blood type and other medical matrix. Also the urgency, the likelihood of survival. And some other things that are really important for us to think about when we talk about health is exercise, eating healthy, eliminating stress, meditating, and communing with nature or people. Now, today I was asked to talk. I wanted to first give you background about who One Legacy is, but I will end this with what I was asked to talk about, which is the importance of being a health advocate. Before you can even get on the list to be a health advocate, to be a donor, you have to have a health advocate. Having a health advocate is crucial in organ donation. And your reasons for having a health advocate is to ensure that you have informed consent, ethical protection, emotional and psychological support, objective guidance, and to help to navigate the complex systems, whether it's health care, health insurance, hospitals, and aftercare. So I did want to share that with you, and also let you know that in the community, One Legacy is out there to inform and inspire. We have 2 major events that we do every year. We have a parade in the Rose Parade float every year, and it's to honor people and families who are in the donation community. Also, we have our annual run walk. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to have questions, so thank you very much. All right, and now we would like to hear from Dr. Jean Davis.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. On your desk, yes. Mike. Can you hear me now? Yes. On your tables, there is a flyer that has my name on it with a QR code. On that QR code, you can get all the information that I'm going to talk about. It's a lot of information. I'm not going to be able to cover it in the time that I have. But before I start that, I want to do two other things. Dr. Norris mentioned his relationship with Dr. Jones, but my relationship with Dr. Norris. I have a master's in clinical research, and that master's cost me no money. And it cost me nothing because Dr. Norris had a grant at Drew University. And with that background in clinical research, I had the opportunity to do research in HIV. I'm an HIV specialist. And Dr. Norris talked about HIV being one of the leading causes of end-stage renal disease, and it was. And the reason that it's no longer a cause is because of the medication that we now have. And the people with HIV are very adherent to the medication for their reasons, because when you're undetectable, you can be sexually active with somebody and not transmit the virus. So I say that to you because we need to be just as adherent with our blood pressure medication, our diabetes medication. And if we did that, we would no longer have the leading cause of end-stage renal disease. Now, it's my turn to give some more information. Okay. So I just want to let you know that the amount of creatinine in the blood from a person to person can be affected by age, sex, and body weight. Got that? And GFR is calculated by the amount of creatinine that's in the blood. Also, I want to let you know, as Dr. Norris said, the important number for GFR is 60. If you're below 60, you know you're going into problems with your kidneys. But if you're 15, you're now at kidney disease. The other thing is you have a plate on your table. Look at that plate for me. On that plate, you should have 50% of that plate should be filled with vegetables all the time. It doesn't matter if you're diabetic, hypertensive, or just healthy. 50% of that plate should always be filled with vegetables. I have a question to ask you, and you just tell me yes or no. A kidney donor can no longer drink beer or anything to be a donor. Is that true or false? Thank you. Have I covered enough? All right, fine. Now let me go with my talk, okay? So it's important today that we talk about being the first. I am the first Black to be the chair of the Academy of Integrated Health and Medicine. And I did a board, thank you. I got into integrated health and medicine because I'm really interested in prevention. And so what I'm going to talk to you about today is what's happening in the United States. There's a new thing coming out called whole health. Just like everything else, when it comes down to medicine or life, we're usually the last ones to hear about it. Next month, the Academy of Family Physicians are going to roll out this thing called whole health. Whole health was actually started through the VA hospital. And the VA hospital has this program where the veterans now finally are getting good health care, can actually come in and get not only medical care, mental health, and also complementary therapy. And complementary therapy includes things like meditation, yoga, chiropractic, and so on and so forth, physical health, physical activity. All of that is included. And I just want you to have all the information you have and the information that I gave you on the QRS code, so you know when you go in to talk to your provider, you say, this is what I want, because this is what we're supposed to get. We need to go beyond that 15-minute, this is what's wrong with you, this is wrong, let me fill your prescription and walk out the door. We need to be able to ask the questions. If we don't have the information to ask the questions, we cannot ask the questions. We talk about an advocate outside of yourself, but we have to be our own healthcare advocate. If we're not going to get good health care. And if you have an elderly person that can't go in and talk for themselves, you need to accompany that person in to have that conversation. Before you go to the doctor, have your list of questions written down. And they need to answer each and every one of those questions. So, now back to my speech. So the key components is looking at holistic health, individualized care, proactive prevention, interprofessional teams, and factors of health. Dr. Norris and I were talking about how does all this impact kidney disease, and it all does. Because when you think about it, stress can lead you to have kidney disease, because stress increases blood pressure. And so, you know, we need to look at our entire bodies rather than trying to separate, well, I have a heart problem. Well, if you have a heart problem, you're going to have a kidney problem. And if you have a kidney problem, you're going to have an eye problem. So rather than looking at individual organ systems, we need to look at our entire body and understand that all of us has to function well. If our entire body is not functioning well, something's going to break down sooner or later. And because I had so much other time, I'm going to stop Cheryl and let them talk. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. So I have a few questions up here, and I'm going to read a couple of these questions or ask the panel for answers. And then I may, I know we don't have microphones in the audience, but I may just ask some people in between to ask some questions too. So one of the questions that came up a few times here, Dr. Norris, you mentioned that, you know, people can get on the transplant list with a GFR of 20. What is the age limit of being on the transplant list?
Great question. So what is the age limit of being on a transplant list? I don't know there's a specific age limit. I think we probably don't see many kidney transplants in people over probably 85 now. It's been going up, so the age is, you know, it used to be 70, used to be kind of a lot of apprehension in putting someone on a transplant list. But I think I think I've seen them, I don't know, I think maybe, because part of it is not just someone's chronologic age, but it's their physiologic age, right? And so, yeah, hopefully.
And this is a technical question, and I don't know the answers either. Does the apolipoprotein gene, is that an indicator for lupus?
So it's not an indicator for lupus.
Okay.
It's just an indicator for risk of kidney disease per se. Just like, so sickle cell, you know, has a lot of problems, you know, with bone pain, and it can impact the heart and lungs, et cetera, et cetera. What does sickle cell prevent or help protect for people who have it in Africa? Malaria, right? So just like sickle cell developed to protect malaria, this APOL1 developed to protect from sleeping sickness.
Okay, thank you. Another question, Dr. Davis, you mentioned integrative medicine. How do we see an integrative physician? How, you know, does our insurance cover that? How, you know, how do we do that?
Yes, your insurance does cover that. But the interesting thing is, Kaiser, for example, is now integrative. So Kaiser has yoga, has chiropractic, but you have to ask your primary care providers to refer those people to you. We want to get to the point where primary care providers actually understand what each other profession does. We haven't gotten to that point yet. And that's what we're trying to do. As an integrated medicine professional, we're going to different organizations. I'm presenting at the National Medical Association on HIV in April, the Region 6. But when I do that presentation, I'm going to talk about the importance of integrative medicine. And so we're also trying to get on other organizations like the American Medical Association, speak at in Puerto Rico, hopefully Puerto Rico. I'd love to go to Puerto Rico, put that in for me. NMA is having their national conference in Puerto Rico. So it's our job as integrated medicine providers to make sure that non-integrated medicine providers know what we can do and what we do and how we do it.
Thank you. We have a great question here. Kidney disease and its impact on pregnancy. Who would like to?
Yeah, so as your kidney function goes down, your body can't filter out the poisons the way it normally does. And so that, as that happens, if someone's trying to get pregnant, the chance of getting pregnant goes down. But you still can get pregnant, even if you're on dialysis. So we have patients, you can be on dialysis, and that can be enough, you know, filtering of the poisons per se that people can actually get pregnant while they're on dialysis. It's not that common, but it can happen. But it does negatively impact the likelihood of pregnancy and impact the whole process of pregnancy.
Do we have any questions in the audience? Yes.
I would like to know if these new drugs, Ozempic, Mounjaro, all those diet drugs, not that I need one, I'm just saying. Does it affect the kidneys or the internal organs at all?
Great question.
So yeah, those drugs, they're called GLP-1 agonists or SGLT2 inhibitors, but the GLP-1 agonists, which are really powerful for losing weight, they are very helpful in protecting the kidney and the heart as well. And so a lot of people get put on those for protecting the kidney and heart, particularly if you have diabetes. So, and the end of the day, usually it's heart disease that we're trying to prevent. And so if you have diabetes, kidney disease, all those increase your risk for heart disease. So yes, a lot of doctors use those very much for those conditions.
Okay, I changed my mind. Could you get me a prescription?
And Dr. Norris is exactly right. Being an internist, I use a lot of the GLP-1 agonists, right? So what I see the future coming down the road is because these medicines decrease muscle mass, right? And particularly in women, we start to lose muscle mass at about the age of 45 or 50. We also know that muscle mass is a key to longevity, right? The people need to be able to stand up out of your chairs. Let me see you guys do that without using your hands.
All right.
There you go. I love it. You need to be able to stand up without using your hands. I don't care what age you are.
All right.
Okay? And so when you are using these medications, you need to do strengthening exercises. And again, we're going to have a demonstration of that today. So there are no miracles to weight loss. There are none. Okay? Everything, you have to do it all. It gives you a chance to, not eat everything in the house at one time, right? But you still have to exercise. You still have to do strengthening exercises, and that is key. Okay. Any other questions in the audience? Dr. Burrows.
Wait, hold on, Dr. Burrows.
We're bringing you a mic.
Dr. Burrows. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I have a question probably for Dr. Norris, and that is as also a practitioner of adult medicine. One of the issues that I see quite commonly is that we're in an era where patients are distrustful of their clinicians, and sometimes that's warranted and maybe sometimes not. And one of the things that commonly comes up is that when we talk about a GFR of 60, if we go below a GFR of 60, for those of us in the industry, we kind of know that already places us maybe at like CKD3, and so patients will say, wait a minute, I've been coming to my doctor, what happened? Why didn't they tell me about stages 1 and 2? So if you could elaborate a little bit about how even with what may presume to be a normal GFR, we still may be at risk of kidney disease if we're in those earlier stages, such as stage 1 and stage 2.
Yeah, great question, and thanks for bringing that up because I didn't touch upon that. So there's different stages of kidney disease, and we sort of talk about stage 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 is sort of dialysis kidney transplant. And 3 and 4 is where your risk of heart disease really starts going up. Stages 1 and 2, it's sort of early, and we tend not to do that much about it. But although your kidney function may not be that low, it could be 80% of normal, it could be a kidney function of 70 or 80. What we do, though, is look at, is your kidney spilling protein in the urine? And you have protein in the urine, that is a little more dangerous. Now, what we don't do is, and it's something we have to think about as a profession, and it's probably just because of so many other things are going on and people have time. It's like, you hear, well, now I'm at stage 3. No one ever told me I was at stage 2. Why didn't you do anything at stage 2? And we probably, I think, particularly for the Black community, should say, well, if we're a community that's at increased risk for getting worse, maybe we should be thinking about starting more aggressive treatment earlier on. And that doesn't always have to be medication, right? It can be a lot of the lifestyle and other, but I think it would be helpful to have that conversation so people don't show up and say, no one told me about this before, now I'm really pissed, right?
So I want you all to repeat this statement after me. My health is my responsibility. And so you come to forums like this to learn, right? One of the questions when you go to your primary doctor is you ask, well, what is my GFR, right? And then another important one under that, well, what was my GFR last year? Right? Because we need to notice the change, right? And so again, my health is my responsibility. There you go. We have a great question here, which I think Ms. Brown can answer. How is your health advocate notified if you have a pink dot on your license?
The health advocate is not notified. When you are in the hospital and they have determined that you will not be able to survive, first of all, 2 separate doctors must determine whether you will not survive or not. And then once that happens, then and the possibility that you could be a donor, One Legacy is contacted. And then at that point, if you are a donor, that is a legally binding contract agreement. So I encourage everyone, if you do have a pink dot now, please share it with your family so that when that time comes, your family is not causing
Havoc.
chaos and havoc and different things in the hospital. So please share that. But the doctors who are there to save you are not in contact with the doctors who are doing the transplantation.
Very good point. Thank you. A question? Oh, do we have a question in the audience? I thought. She's bringing you the mic. 1 second. Dr. Nicholas is, okay.
Hi. Good afternoon. Just good afternoon. I would like to ask Dr. Jones, what year was it that you got your kidney transplant?
My transplant was in 2017.
So how long had you been at USC when you got it?
I got there 2017 in August, and I got the transplant this 2017, December 12th.
Wow, wonderful. Thank you.
Dr. Jones, since we were talking about that, what do you think was the most instrumental part? What factor, what person was most instrumental in you getting a transplant?
It would be it was the system UCLA's Connie Frank transplant system is probably one of the best in the world, and I think they eliminated some of the efficiencies. So I know it's true that we should be, as individuals, we should know we should know what's going on with ourselves and how to take care of it. But it's a lot, especially if you're already sick and your families may not know what to do. So it's much easier when you have systems that are whether they're in place politically, socially, in your community, that kind of helps in that way. And they did a lot for us. I kind of just showed up and had the right insurance and was on a bed.
Okay.
So how the process went, I don't really know.
Gotcha.
But I'll tell you one thing, in Georgia, I knew everything. I knew how to do everything, which I shouldn't have needed to.
Gotcha. Good point. Good point. Okay. Dr. Nicholas, you had one question.
I haven't heard you mention, I wanted to know about A1C. When you go to the doctor and get your blood screening, especially for sugar. Well, I'm from the country, we call it sugar. So when you get your, when you get your sugar level, and it shows your A1C, mine fluctuates from 5.8, 5.9, then 6.1. So what is an ideal number for sugar, A1C, and what are some things you can do other than I exercise, cut the sweets, but what is your suggestion? And mainly, I want to know the ideal number.
We'll let Dr. Davis answer that question.
Well, it should be under 5.7. So when you're 5.6, you need to start thinking about you need to make some changes, because you don't want to get to 5.7. 5.7 means you're pre-diabetic. And, for some odd reason, a lot of healthcare providers say, oh, you're just pre-diabetic, don't worry about it. But no, that's not the way it works for us. If you're pre-diabetic, you need to make some modifications in your lifestyle, or maybe even make sure they put you on something like metformin to make sure you don't get to the diabetic stage. Especially if you have a family history of diabetes. I, for one, have a family history of diabetes. So when I became pre-diabetic at Kaiser, they told me I was fine. I told them I was not, I'll handle it. So I took care of myself. But everyone can't do that. I've had 2 siblings that have amputations and die. I've had 1 sibling to die from renal failure. And so all my siblings all died in their 60s. And it was because of diabetes, hypertension. So when you know you have that family history, even if they tell you you're pre-diabetic, tell them, no, this is diabetes for me. It may not be for somebody else, but this is diabetes for me. And right now, I'm 5.3.
Yeah, and I'll just add, the hemoglobin A1C is sort of right, it's not the glucose, it's the red blood cell. But what happens is, it gets stickier as the blood sugar is higher. And so the higher hemoglobin A1C means your blood cells are stickier, and it means your blood system is stickier because of diabetes or prediabetes and the blood sugar being high. So it's the blood sugar being high and the high glucose gets on these proteins and causes it to be sticky. So your hemoglobin A1C, don't think the stickiness is not just that you're on that lab test. That stickiness is going all throughout your body, right? We want to get rid of that stickiness.
And before you go,
The glucose, so when the glucose is high, it causes changes in on proteins on our cells, and it causes them to be more sticky. So as the red blood cells are going through, then it's stickier and they become more likely to get stuck in places, right? But it's not just proteins there, it's proteins all over the body. Right. So like the cholesterol goes up, but now you have high cholesterol and increased kind of stickiness in your system, or our system.
And that increased glucose also causes problems with your nerves. That's why they have what's called peripheral neuropathy, when they have numbness in their feet and pain in their feet. That high sugar in your blood causes you to have neurological problems. Yeah.
So we have one question while we're talking about diabetes, and I'm going to try to interpret it. If this is wrong, let me know. Is it true that sweets are no longer an indication for diabetes? And I think you're asking if you crave sweets, because I do have quite a few patients who will say, well, I crave sweets all the time. Does that mean I have diabetes?
No, you just like sugar.
Okay.
You like sweets.
Right.
You just like sweets.
And that has never been true. Okay, no doctor, no, that's never been true. It's not a new thing. We've always known that. Let's see, we have Ms. Christie would like to give us a testimonial.
Go for it.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to give a quick testimony. About 55 years ago, my mother was diagnosed with lupus. And back in that day, the early 70s, they didn't quite know what it was when she was pregnant with me. And she's been living with it for that long, and thanks be to God. But it did affect her kidneys. And she was able to get a kidney transplant in 2005 from a cadaver, and that kidney transplant, that kidney lasted until 2000. I take that back. She had that kidney transplant in 1995, and that kidney lasted into 2006. And so 20 years now, this coming October will be 20 years for her second kidney. So I encourage all of you to consider being an organ or tissue donor, because it's given her 30+ years of life that I'm grateful for. And it was the second donor was from my cousin, and he was the best match. I was the second best match. So having these conversations and having these symposiums like this so that we're aware of what is out there and how we can support one another in times like this, because it's very important, because it does give life to those who need organ. Now we can have a heart transplant, kidney transplant, liver, et cetera, et cetera. So I just wanted to share that with you all here today, that the importance of organ and tissue donation. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
I just want to
previous,
say, I just want to say thank you very much for sharing that. And it's very important. It brings up, so for kidney transplants, there's sort of two types. You can have what's called a cadaver, where somebody's been in a car accident, they've died, and the family says we can go ahead and donate the kidney. And then you can have a living related, where and you find somebody, usually a family member, but doesn't have to be, who has a close match and they're willing to donate. And the living related tend to do a little last longer, right? So that's an important point. But they can easily last 10, sometimes 20 years or more. And so that's a long period of time. And if someone's at 30 years and going, that's amazing, right? Yeah. So just want to reinforce that and make sure we reach out for One Legacy and make sure they know, that we got their back.
Mm-hmm. In previous years, we had a couple, husband and wife, and the husband wanted to donate his kidney, of course, to the wife, and they weren't a match, but he was able to donate a kidney, which helped her to move up on the list, on the transplant list. So, it all helps. It all works, right, to help with that. Dr. Jones, we have another question. We have someone in the audience whose stepdaughter is without a kidney transplant, or maybe at the stage of needing a transplant, and it says she's very temperamental. So what can the family do to help her? Oh, she already had a transplant. Okay. Okay. There you go.
Can I ask some questions about
Yes.
this? So she's gotten a kidney transplant. Can I ask the thing that incited, like the reason, the catalyst for why she needed that transplant?
I just met her about 10 years ago. She already had it.
Mm-hmm.
And she already had an attitude at that time. So I know she's had health issues, but I just don't know exactly why.
With the health issues or the new kidney? That's awesome, man. That's actually awesome. What are when you say that there's problems, you feel that she's at risk to lose the new kidney?
With that temperament, you said stress and everything. I mean, she's constantly in a state of anger or, resentment or something. I'm just wondering what can help besides drugs? Besides medications. Therapy, right? Mm-hmm.
Try meditation instead of medication.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I definitely would say, like, we would definitely we would need to know more to figure out, but if the general insight is that she's living a stressful life, that is that type of reevaluation. Do you know if she was ever on dialysis?
Yeah, she was.
So I think that dialysis, that experience of dialysis is a strong deterrent. for going back. So I think that a lot, it's just the evaluation of what's going on, and then even with like, you know, you being as family as supportive of seeing where what components of her life can feasibly be de-stressed, and if she would be willing to look at these alternatives for how you do things, and sometimes that changes a lot. For me, that meant I enjoyed to be a professor because with lupus and things, when I have to sleep, I have to sleep. So I couldn't go the route of a typical working a 9 to 5. I need to be able to make my own hours. So that meant going to more school or doing something. So I think it's just in general, it's a life. It's like a life accounting. You see the things that's causing the most stress, or that could be causing the most stress, and it's just a conversation of what's feasible about what can be taken, what can be adjusted.
Thank you. Oh, yes.
Hi, thank you. The numbers that you shared with all of us were very helpful, but I'm curious if you could share some physical symptoms, perhaps, that we could be more mindful of. You mentioned the protein in the urine and the tingling in the feet. Can you give us some things to watch out for just in our daily life that may be our kidneys speaking to us?
Yeah, great question. I'll try to come up with a few. So kidney disease, when we think about kidney disease, it's common, it's harmful, but it's treatable. But it's also, like high blood pressure, usually there's no symptoms. And so there's really, for most people, there's no symptoms that they have until you get down to close to this GFR of around 20 or so. As it starts going down, though, you might have problems. If the kidneys can't get rid of water the way they should, you might have swelling. If it's not getting rid of the poisons and the GFR is going down, you have nausea and you don't feel well and stuff like that. People may have blood pressures higher and more difficult to treat. But most of the time, the issues, like if there's diabetic kidney disease and it's going to be affecting the nerves and the feet and pain, that's usually when the kidney disease is more advanced. So it's usually almost always below 60, but probably below 40, 30, 20. So there's really not an early for most people. Usually we think about kidney symptoms, and people have, that's usually more kidney infections and urinary tract infections, and so people may have going to the bathroom frequently, and that can happen. If your kidneys are not able to concentrate the urine the way they should, then you're going to the bathroom more frequently. But that usually happens as it gets worse. So I'd like to be able to say, if you had this happening, you need to go get your kidneys checked, and it would be helpful early, but it really is not anything early.
We have actually a great question here for the physicians. Someone wants to know, how can patients or clients, they called, come in? What can they do to make sure that we know they're serious? So Dr. Davis mentioned having a list, right, when you go to the doctor. What are some of the other things that when patients come in, that they have serious questions about their health, and how do you address it? What advice would you give our audience when they're speaking to doctors?
Well, I would say have them to review your lab work with you. Not just tell you, well, your kidney's good, your liver's good. No, we don't want good. We want to know what the numbers are. And as was said previously, what were my numbers the last blood draw? I want to compare the two of them. And that's very, very important. But before we move on from anything, I wanted to say oral health is extremely important. Chronic oral inflammation increases chronic kidney disease. Okay, so oral health causes so many different things in our bodies, from cardiovascular disease to kidney disease, causes an increase in our diabetes. Oral health is extremely important. So please focus on your oral health too.
And what is good oral health, Dr. Davis? What does that mean?
It means you brush your teeth 3 times a day.
Okay.
It means you go to the dentist at least twice a year.
Mhm.
It means you floss, and it means you use your water pick.
Okay, we got that?
And if you do like sweets, after you finish eating those sweets, wash your mouth out.
Okay, that's important. Got that? Any questions? I always say another good thing when you come to see your physicians is make sure you mention the most important things first, right? So if you've been having chest pain, I don't need to hear about your nail has a line in it, or why does my right toe on every Tuesday hurt, okay? I would like, you need to talk about the most important stuff first, okay? That's important, all right? That's one pearl, all right? Any other questions? Okay. I think we're going to take maybe 2 more. Okay, 2 more questions, and then it's almost time for lunch.
Okay, so I became very concerned about my health as a teenager. My mother and all of her sisters and brothers had high blood pressure. My grandmother before them had heart disease. My mother died of renal failure at 64. She was on dialysis for 5 years. Her doctor said, "You're going to be a candidate for transplant in 2 years." Her kidneys shut down in 9 months. Okay, her sister was on dialysis because of diabetes for 11 years. And my sister told me last week she has kidney disease. And I am like totally freaked out because I have been chasing health since I was 17. So I'm feeling like, okay, she had kidney disease, she had diabetes, she had a blood cancer, and her doctor, my oldest aunt, told her, well, you know, you got to think about dialysis. And she said, I've lived a long time, and I'm not thinking about dialysis because I'm not going to do it. But she said this when she was 92, you understand? But just that here, there, it's like, well, is it coming my way? So anything you can tell me?
So this is an important, and this goes back to a question somebody brought up earlier, right? Get your numbers and get what the previous numbers have been, right? Because if we're saying, you know, usually we get serious as doctors and health professionals about kidney disease when the GFR goes below 60.
Right.
But it's starting up around 100, 120.
Okay.
Right? And there's a difference if it's been 120 and then a year later it's 90 and a year later it's 70. Like, somebody should be doing something in that time.
Right.
If it's going down, you know, 1 or 2 points every year, that's normal.
Okay.
But going down more frequently is a problem. And with the family history, looking for all other causes, but that would at least say, with the family history, we'd want to be more aggressive. Sounds like you're on top of it for lifestyle and other issues, and make sure if you have high blood pressure or diabetes or pre-diabetes, that, you know, we're working on a little more aggressively on taking care of those.
Okay, so I have monitored my blood pressure for 52 years. I mean,
that's fantastic and great, because a lot of people, you know, don't make it 52 years.
right, but I started because I wanted to know where my blood pressure was going.
And so that's an important message, right? So someone who has a strong family history of health issues, but has been serious about their health from their teenage years and monitoring and watching what's going on, that can make a difference.
Okay, yep. All right. Well, thank you, panelists, Dr. Davis, Dr. Norris, Ms. Brown, and Dr. Jones. This has been quite powerful. We have to remember that when we take care of ourselves, right, our health, we take care of our community. And that is what this is all about. Thank you.
Please join me in giving a massive round of applause to this extraordinary panel for their wonderful information they've given us today. We really appreciate it. Now, I think I detect hunger in the room. Is that right? All right, well, hold on, because we are on the brink of you getting, well, okay, you want to, oh, money's coming. Uh-oh, I'm going to get out the way.
This is our raffle number 3. So just to note, we have 6 raffles today. So this is number 3. Like we say, the prizes keep changing. We still have a couple blood pressure cuffs, so we're going to give those out right away. To number 112. Okay. 112. All right. So now we have one more blood pressure cuff, and it is for 131. All right, this is quick this time. All right, let me see what I have in my little bag. Let's go, and I'm shaking up. I hear it, I hear it. I hear it. All right. All righty, and they're coming around and they're passing out lunch for you. So there's different bowls that'll be coming around, veggie, salmon, chicken. We're looking for lucky number 123. 123. One, two, three. All right, so we have $50 at Sprouts. All right, we're gonna keep going. We have a few more. We have, I didn't bring my glasses up. 094. 094. 094. Going once, twice, 094. All right, we're calling on 141. 141. Okay. And we're giving out $50 at Sprouts. All right, so I have 2 more. 2 more. I'm mixing it up, shaking it up, y'all, shaking it up. Ticket number 101. 101, all right. So we, just like we said, we're going up. We have $75 at Trader Joe's. So we're in the 75 caliber category, 75. So as you know, we have 3 more raffles, so they're going to keep going up. So that's the incentive to stay for the day. All right, our final one before we break. I can't even see. 083. 083. $083. All right. $75 at Trader Joe's. All right, so our lunch is coming around, and also our screenings are open. So for those who would like to walk on over to the USC KDSAP table, they're ready for you. They're ready to start screenings. We also have information from Watts Healthcare, maternal health over here on this side. So everyone, please take advantage of the screenings. And thank you, everybody, for coming.
The next, it's
Okay, and just to note, we'll have our next raffle at 12:55, and at 1 o'clock, we're going to do some chair exercise. So everybody get ready for that. After lunch, we're going to get some exercise on. Thank you.
Last night I had the strangest dream. I sailed away to China in a little rowboat to find you, and you said you had to get your laundry clean. Didn't want no one to hold you. What does that mean? And you said, ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch ground.
Participants, I forgot to remind you, please take your post-test now. While you're eating, if you can go into your green folder, there is a post-test and an evaluation form. If you will take your post-test now while your short-term memory is working for you, then we'll come pick those up. Okay, thank you.
Hello everyone, can you guys hear me? Is that a little too loud? So sorry. All right, hi everyone, my name is Emily. I'm from KDSAP, USC KDSAP back there with the orange shirts. So we are providing a free screening for you all for your kidneys. And we would just like you all, if you are deciding to participate, to go ahead and go to the front station over there, where we'll give you guys a paper. And we'll have you guys fill that out first before you guys go to the rest of our tables. But we can help you guys out at every table. Just go ahead and get your papers filled out before you head on over to us. All right, thank you.
Don't you know you drive me crazy? You just keep on
Ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes, and we'll have our next raffle and chair exercise. So please get your post-test, the green piece of paper, completed for me, and people will come around to pick those up. 5 more minutes, so this is your bathroom break, the end of the eating session, and we'll go right on back into the next raffle. to go hand out. Ooh. Number 4. It's not mine. Has everybody turned in their post-test? Kelsey Taylor, can you help me pick up post-test, Kelsey Taylor? I don't see you, but I know you're out there. This has a 1255, number 4. Okay, do I hear a special song? Okay, you know what this means. Pull out your raffle tickets. Make sure you're looking at those numbers. Who has raffle ticket number 159? Okay, 159. 159. You have I wonder what it is. $75 at Trader Joe's. Do I hear that song? Okay. Ticket 122. 122. Ticket 122. 122. Okay, ticket 122 going once, going twice. I'm going on to the next one. Ticket 150. 150? Okay, 150. $75 at Sprouts. Ticket 166. 166 for $75 at Ralph's. 166. 166. Renee, I don't know what's next. Are you introducing? Okay. Can you? Hurry! Hurry! Okay, Renee Campbell is going to introduce you to our next presenter.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, everybody please take your seats because we've now fed our minds, we fed our bodies, and now it's time to get our bodies moving. Is everybody ready? Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Hello, is anybody there? Okay, all right. There she is, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know, we've had a lot of talk, a lot of discussion about how our health is our responsibility. Also, our health is our wealth. If we don't have our health, what do we have? So we have now another young lady who's going to come up and it's going to help us get our bodies moving so that we remember every morning we got to jump up and get with it. So please put your hands together and welcome the amazing Antonia Rout, who's going to give us a healthy moment with chair exercises. Antonia, can you please come forward, please? All right. Now, turn your chairs around so you can look forward and get in a nice position so that you can move your bodies. All right, gentlemen, I know you just came in, but get up and move. Get some space. We don't want you hitting anybody. All right, okay, one more thing. Oh, and listen, let me just tell you a little bit about Miss Antonia Rout. She has been to all 7 continents and has done marathons in every one. I think that deserves a massive round of applause. All right. Okay, has everybody turned their chairs around? Hello, turn your chairs around. Make space, because when you're going to do exercises, you're going to need space. We don't want you to hit your neighbors. We want you to be able to follow the leader. So come on, make space. And if you want to show that you got real skills, you can bring your chair or take one of these chairs up here and do the exercises up here. So come on, everybody, stand to your feet and get your chair.
Oh, I forgot my chair. I need the other chair.
Yeah, she brought it up there and forgot. All right. Is everybody in position? I see, I don't want to start calling names or pointing. What about you? What about you? All right. Okay. All right. No, okay, no, you want people? No, and I wanted you to stand so that you could get your chair in position. Once your chair is in the proper position, you can then sit back down and we're going to get started. All right, thank you. Be sure that you have space around your chair. I don't want you to hit anybody inadvertently. Please position your chair so that you have enough room to exercise without hitting your neighbor, please. And then also reach down in your bag and pull out your exercise band, the lime green exercise band. Did everybody get their bands out? All right. Move your chairs back. Get in a position. You ladies are too close to each other. You can't be close to each other. You have to have space.
Hello, 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 hello.
All right, take it away.
May I please have your attention? If you're going to participate in the exercise, you need to, 1, move the chair away from the table. Okay? And if you have your exercise bands, which should be in the red bag, take them out, please. Okay, we're going to get started. You need room to put your arms out to the side. You need room to bring your legs up in front. You need room to move your legs in and out, and your arms in and out. Okay? And you don't want to hit anyone, nor do you want to collide with the table. So are we ready? First thing we're going to do is sit tall. I want to thank you for your willingness to participate. Okay? All right. Some of us are still talking. Okay, it would be great not to compete with those who are talking. Yeah, that would be great. All right, are we ready? Okay, I'm going to put the mic down and I'm going to speak loudly because I'm going to use my hands, okay? So, first, I want you to sit as tall as you can. Bring your chest forward and your shoulders back, and then bring your shoulders down. Okay, no, I can't, because I'm going to move my leg. Okay, thank you. Okay, so now, your bands, take your bands out, please. Now, what I want to tell you is when they're single and they're loose, they're easier to move. And we're going to move them in a variety of ways. So each time we change it, I'll tell you. So first, here we go. We're starting. Excuse me. There are a lot of people who are sitting at the tables and you don't have bands. The bands are in the red bags. Okay, so the idea is for you to go through this little sequence so you can see how to change the use of the band. Okay, so it can start easy, and then you can fold it, make it more resistant, fold it again and more resistant. And in a moment, we're going to take the bands down. And then you're going to know how hard you're going to work. Okay? So here we go. You're going to put your arms out. what you should know is how important it is to move. Okay? You want your exercise to increase your flexibility. Put your hand up. Okay? Now take it out to the side. Bring it up and bring it down. Bring it to the middle. Take it out to the side. Bring it down. Bring it up. Now make a circle and reverse the circle. Why is this important? You get dressed every day. You want to be able to continue to dress. So, even if you're retired and you do not have to go to a job or run a business, it is essential that you get up and you change into street clothes, because that is exercise. You don't know it's exercise because you can do it. But if you got sick and you couldn't get up and you couldn't get your shoes on or bring your leg up, you would know how much work it is. The other arm is up. Take it out. Bring it up. Down in front. Up, out, and down. Okay? So we're going to try that again. Legs are up. Okay? Point your toes. Flex your feet. Point your toes. Flex your feet. Pull your toes back so you feel the stretch in your calf. Now point your toes. Now, bring your feet down. Okay, so I have something for you. Because I'm a very generous person. Okay, so this is the exercise. Bring one knee up. Keep it up. Doesn't have to be high, but bring the foot off the floor. And now, with the other foot, go up and down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and stop. Now, what are we going to do next? Here we are. You're going to like this one. You're going to bring one foot up, and you're going to take the other foot out to the side. So this foot is here. You're going to swing this foot over here and bring this foot up. Ready? No commitment. Ready? Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Stop. Change. This foot is gonna go up. This one's gonna go over here. Ready? Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Stop. Arms are out. Shoulders down. Sit tall. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. So, what I want you to do is to stand up. So, what I want to tell you is when you enter a room, decide where you're going to go. Wherever you're going to go, identify where you're going to go. And walk over to the chair. Touch the chair with one leg. Turn. Touch the chair with both legs. Then what you're going to do is you're going to, listen, you're not going to bend over. Watch what happens when you bend over. The chair moves. If the chair is here, you're going to lower you're looking to see if it's where it's supposed to be. But if your legs are touching the chair, you know it's where it's supposed to be. Okay, so we're down. Okay, now, what I want you to do is put your hands here. Put your feet apart. Are we ready? You've got room to stand up. Yes? So you're going to go. And up. And up. And up. And up. And up. Okay. All right. How are we doing?
Cooling down? Cooling down?
Yes. Okay. I was just informed that you need to cool down. This is how it's done. Okay, but what we're going to do is sit in the middle of your chair, stretch your legs out, place your hands on your knees, lean back, take your hands up, and lift your chin, and stretch. Now bring one leg up, point your toe. Bring that leg down, lift the other leg, point your toe. Lower your foot, bring your hands together, and sit up. So here we are, we're stopping. So we're going to do this. 1, 2, 3. Turn your hands up. 1, 2, 3. Bring your hands together, bring your hands down. 1, 2, 3. Make a circle. 1, 2, 3. Reverse. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Antonia Rout. Do I hear a familiar money song? Okay, look at your raffle tickets. Number 096. 096. Are you out there? What? Oh, are you taking this to Dr. Hines? Dr. Hines? Dr. Hahn, I'm sorry. Has a CVS for $100. Okay, woo. Okay. Okay. 084. 084. 084. Anybody who has zero, tell me, do you have 084? Okay. What? You had 2 tickets. You had 2 tickets. You can win twice. 084, that's beautiful. $100 at Trader Joe's. And the last one, dig down in there, mix them around. Yolanda would like to win this one. And the number is 151. 151. 151, is that a hand going up? No. Okay, 151 going once, twice. Okay, we're going to go to another ticket. What? What, 151? Okay, no, I'm going on. We're not awarding to 151. We're now awarding to 120. 120. 120. Okay. $100 to Sprouts. Okay. Okay. Okay, we've got one more. We have one last raffle at the end of this next presentation. Can you, if you have not turned in your post-test, your green post-test, there's a green piece of paper, please make sure to turn in your green post-test. It seems like everybody has turned in their post-test. And Renee Campbell is coming back to join us.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming up on a very important part of our program here today, and I am so delighted to let you know that we have an incredible presenter here this afternoon. Please may I have your attention? I'd like to introduce all of you to the illustrious Lorna Little, who has an MSW and an LCSW, which is a licensed clinical social worker, author, nonprofit executive, former adjunct professor in a graduate school of social work, and avid photographer. She serves as the president and CEO of St. Anne's Family Services, where she leads comprehensive programs supporting parents, foster youth, children, and families through housing, mental health services, early childhood education, and community-based care. With decades of, excuse me, may I have your attention, please? With decades of experience in clinical practice and child welfare, Lorna is deeply committed to trauma-informed, culturally responsible services. Her work is shaped by lived experiences as an adoptee, a foster parent, and a community leader. She believes in nurturing the well-being of the whole person, the mind, body, and spirit as essential to thriving communities. Lorna is an author and a mentor and a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, the Los Angeles chapter of the Links, our Links, hey, and Black Women Leadership of Los Angeles. Through both her leadership and her lens, she captures meaningful moments that reflect the strength and beauty of community. At the heart of her work is the conviction that healing happens in connection and that none of us are meant to carry life's burdens alone. She's a phenomenal woman, and we'd like to welcome Lorna Little.
Hello, everyone. And because we love community so much, this is why the conversations are going on, because we enjoy community. But it's important in this moment, I'm gonna ask the folks that are doing some of the services and the work to participate in this piece today, because I think it's important. I call this I Am Not Alone. I have a short amount of time and I wanna make sure it's impactful. So just to get your mind prepared, you're gonna need to move and stand up in a minute. So I'm giving you a couple minutes to prepare. If you take a look around this room, everyone's got their own thing going on. We have all so many areas going on in our life, different stories, and we carry the weight, we carry things differently. But we need to understand we can't heal, as if she just said, unless we do it together. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask the folks who are meeting with the participants on the sidelines to lower their voices a little bit, only because I wanna make sure the participants can truly hear. So if I can have the folks who have the cards to stand, I'm gonna ask you to come around here and turn in that direction. So one start in that corner and come all the way around. There are gonna be 7 stations, and I'm gonna explain what we're gonna do, okay? So I'm gonna give some ground rules as they're coming up. You're just gonna face, and just spread out enough so people can join you in a minute. We have to have some ground rules, because when we talk about mental health, people have different perceptions of what that is. We're not gonna talk about diagnoses or any of that today. We're gonna talk, if you can curve around a little more and then you guys come a little more, because they're gonna need to join your area. Thank you. We're gonna talk about what it feels like to deal with everyday issues. and what that does and how that can impact the day-to-day. Yep, fill in, perfect. So I am going to ask you to, what's said in here stays in here. So if someone shares something with you.
USC KSAP, we love the screenings, but we're going to need you all to just wait about 10 minutes so that everybody can participate in this part of our town hall. All right, just give us 10 minutes, have a seat, not even no whispering. All right, right, because your voices carry and they're it's loud. All right, thank you so much.
And you know what? I want you all to participate as well. I really do, all the vendors who are still here, or providers, not vendors, okay? So thank you so much for doing that. So what I want you to think about is there are folks around the room that have signs. And these are all the different things that are happening in our lives. We often have a vision that mental health requires diagnosis, and sometimes it doesn't. We'll talk about that. But I'm going to ask you all, what's said in here stays in here, because someone may share something that they don't want in the community. I only want you to share what you feel safe about. I want you to feel that you can trust the person that you're, just to even take the walk. This is a trust walk, just to come up and stand in front of these signs. And if any point you have any questions, feel free to say, hey, or even an ouch. I always say there's always got to be an ouch rule. If you feel an ouch, say ouch. So I am going to ask you, and also the students and everyone too, the vendors, I keep calling you vendors, providers. I want you to look. We have here, can you just look at your sign starting here and say it out loud, Laurel, please, each one? Financial pressure. Health concerns. Relationship challenges. Work career stress. Grief and loss. Overwhelmed, burnt out. Thank you, caregiver responsibilities. So I would like you to ask you, all of you, please go and stand in front of an area that you're working through. No one's gonna know the details, we're not asking you, but just think about, because how we heal is in community, and if you have more than one, pick the primary one that is really kind of has you dealing with it right now. I want everyone in the room, because every single person, if you're physically able to, everyone is dealing with something. It doesn't mean anything is wrong, it just means you're living your life. I want everyone, the folks who are around the table, our Link sisters, all the folks, we all have things that we're dealing with. So stand in front or behind those areas. Thank you so much. And I am going to ask you, I'm going to wait till everyone makes their way. I am going to ask you if you could please, whoever you feel comfortable, turn with one person in your group, in your area. So if the area down there, the area, one person, and if you're left out of a match, let me know. But turn to one person in that group, okay? Turn to one person. If you're left out, please join. If we have an extra person, join a group of 3. I don't want anyone left out, please. So just make sure you're clear which group you're in. This is overwhelmed and burnt out. This is, just make sure. Okay. Yeah, thank you. So another rule is none of you are fixing anybody. Nobody's judging. What says in here is shared in here, stays in here, and it's not perfection. But what I'm going to ask you to do is ask the person, look them in their eye, and say, what people don't see is, and you answer the question. What people don't see is, and you tell them what that they don't see. Look at each other, because this is, what people don't see is, Okay, give that other person a chance to share. So if one person on the team has shared, please allow the next person to share. Okay, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up in a few minutes. People are really, but I want to get, I'm going to get, yeah. Okay, did everyone have a chance to share? Clearly, yes. Yeah. This whole side is really sharing too. So I know the information you're sharing, some is powerful for folks. I hear some conversations, and I don't want to cut that off, but I want you to recognize how the isolation shrunk in these few minutes. On this side over here, I want you all to hear and recognize how quickly the isolation shrunk. We don't talk to each other. We don't rely on each other the way we should. We're a community of people who often care, but we often are too afraid or ashamed to share things. A simple conversation can help relieve some stress. In my grief and loss group, I know there are so many things that weigh us. See, people haven't asked that question. You know, no one's asked what people are carrying. So that's why a lot of you hear talking. I'm not taking it as a negative. I'm taking it as someone has not asked many people, what are you carrying? And be willing to listen. And be willing to listen. So next, I'm going to ask you all to turn and face this way. We'll all turn and face this way. Community got closer, isolation shrank in that small period of time. Okay? So now, we often talk about strength and resilience and the strong people and this and that, and sometimes it feels conflictual. Okay? But I'm going to ask you, because we don't have a lot of space, so we're going to be mindful of the time and the space. If you have been seen as the strong person, I just need you to take 2 steps forward. And the reason this is important, a minute ago we were sharing the challenges, the things that we're all facing. We all have things that we're facing. But yet, you all stepped forward as being seen as the one that's strong, that has to hold it together. How did those two things reconcile? Yes, but it's true. And both things can be true. Your strength has been amazing, but you still need to deal with and get the help, whether it's just friendship, whether it's church, whether it's your social circles, your friends, your network. It's important for the people to recognize, I might be strong, but guess what? I need help. I'm tired. Ooh, I feel that in my spirit. We have to care enough about one another than to just go by and say, hey, how you doing? Touch you on the shoulder and keep moving. Because somebody may want to say to you, I need to sit down and cry. Somebody may say to you, I really need a hug. And on a deeper level, somebody may say, I am thinking about harming myself. And we don't like to talk about that, and we'll talk more about that level of help. But it is very important. But I want everyone to put their hand over their heart, whichever hand, yeah, put your hand over your heart. One of the things when we talk together, we can heal together, we need to regulate. When you hear us talk about regulation and co-regulation, settling ourselves. And breath work is important. And I love that y'all are out there at the tables doing this with us. Thank you so much, from the children to the beloved elders. I need you to take a breath in for 4 seconds. Deep breath in. And exhale for 6 seconds. And the reason you breathe in shorter than the length of exhale, it actually does something to regulate your emotional system and physical system. So come on, let's all breathe in through your nose for 4 seconds. Hold it. Release slowly for 6 seconds. We're going to do it 2 more times. Breathe in through your nose 4 seconds. Hold it. Release slowly for 6 seconds. That's our last one. Breathe in through your nose for 4 seconds. Hold it. Release slowly for 6 seconds. Now, how many of you felt your heart racing a little bit before we started doing that, just because of the conversation? Did anybody before we did that kind of felt a little worked up? Do you feel a little bit more peaceful with just the breath work? This is something that we can do anywhere, at our desk, in our car, in our offices, at home, in a place that someone may feel a little anxious. Take the moment to do it. Students, that's why I wanted you all to be in here. You too. You know, you too. So community can do so much for us, but it starts with acknowledgement. It starts with us taking an understanding that we have to take care of ourselves. And it's important to be aware when we need to seek more support. And nothing is wrong with seeking more support. You came today and listened all about kidney care and diabetes and blood pressure. You go to the doctor to see about your blood pressure. Your stress pressure needs a doctor too, at times, and it's okay. Our community at times has made us feel like that is not okay, but it is okay, all right? So what I'd like to ask is, stop carrying your burden alone. I'd like to ask you to stop carrying your burden alone. And I'd like to ask you, I have 2 pieces of homework. Some of you, God bless you, will remember it. If you need to write it, I have some little yellow sticky pads there. If you want to grab one and write it after I say what I say. I need you to commit to 2 things. One is that you're going to reach out to someone, one person, outside of this arena that you are going to share and have a conversation with when you feel like you need to. Think of one person that you can reach out to. And the second is, what one burden will you determine that you will stop carrying alone? Alone. One burden that you're dealing with that you're going to stop carrying alone. So reach out to one person, and then one burden that you're going to stop carrying alone. That's your homework. But I just really want you to know you're not alone. Everyone in here, if you look around, everyone's over here. You know, and those that were unable to come, they participated from there. We're all together. We're in community. We care and love one another. There's so much going on in the world, but that's okay. We are going to do what we need to do as a community to get to that next place. So if no one's told you, I want you to look to the person on the right and left and say, I care about your well-being. I care about your well-being. And I am going to end with saying, all of us, I am not alone. My stress is valid. Healing happens in connection. Thank you. And I left some resource material on the table for counseling, just networks, if anybody's dealing with stress, domestic violence, there's some resource information on the table. And for those who want to use a QR code, if you're tech savvy, I have some on the right side here that you can do a QR code.
I care about your well-being.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
She's special.
Thank you so much, Lorna Little. And I believe I hear one last time, I hear a song. So while the song is playing, I need you all to take all of the fruit off of your tables and put it in your bags. And I need you to turn in your pink evaluation forms. And if you have any more evaluation forms, turn them in. Each of the plates at the table, if there's a plate at your table that has the proper mixture for the plate, whoever birthday is closest to today, you get to take the plate. For participants, not for chapter members. But to make sure you get this fruit. And vendors, you're welcome to the providers. You're welcome to the fruit also. And oh, there's extra food in the back also. We don't want to. We can't take any of this home. So please take it home. Water, whatever's back there. And who has ticket 116? Are you kidding? 116. 116. You have $150 at Trader Joe's. And there's one more. What's that? Was this it? Okay. 076. Does that say 076? Yeah. 076. 76. Everybody can win twice. 076. You won. This is $150 at Ralph's.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're going to have to change that next year.
Okay. Renee, do you have a closing? Oh, I can just take this. That's it.
Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you all so much for coming. We really appreciate it. We just want to have a few closing remarks from our president, Dr. Lisa Nicholas. Come on.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I just love all the people who stay to the end. That's good. And Dr. Rue's up here. You know, we just want to take this opportunity to thank people once again. We want to thank the Alpha fraternity for coming out and supporting us. I guess they must have stepped out. But, you know, we're grateful for their attendance, for the wonderful chef who provided our breakfast and lunch, our videographer, Thomas Hosani. It's on YouTube, so you can view it if you haven't had a chance to share with your family. Our penultimate DJ, Keith Magruder. All right. Okay. Carrie James, a professional photographer. Our administrative staff of Holman United Methodist Church, who made all this happen. All of our honored guests, members of the Links Incorporated, thank you for being a part of a life-changing and charging morning and afternoon experience. Dr. Ruth?
I'm just giving you support. I thank everyone for coming. I thank all of the vendors that we've already mentioned before, and USC KDSAP are still doing some screenings and talking, so if you haven't done that, gone by there, please go by there. We have some post-tests I see with their hands up, so let's make sure we collect those. It was a great event. Hopefully, we'll be back next year. Right.